everyone.
Good evening and welcome to the 24th meeting for fiscal year 2024 for the Milton Planning Board. At this time, I would now like to call the meeting to order and begin with our administrative items. The first item on the agenda is the approval of our minutes. I'm sorry, but I should first introduce our members before we jump into the agenda. Yes, if I could please introduce our members and our staff. We can start with our board members.
Cheryl Tagayas, Secretary.
Sean Fahey, member.
Maggie Oldfield, member.
Jim Davis, member.
And Meredith Hall, serving as chair. And our staff this evening, we'll start with Tim.
Tim Zerwinski, Director of Planning and Community Development.
Josh.
Josh Eckert-Lee, Assistant Director.
Julia.
Julia Getman, clerk.
And joining us this evening is also our peer review consultant, Sean Reardon. So welcome, Sean. Thank you for coming. So now administrative items we have before us. There's 3 sets of minutes. I apologize, I still have not had a chance to review February 8th, but I have looked at the February 22nd, and my understanding is that the 26th is still under review by Town Council on those minutes, so we should probably defer those until we get a final review.
Yes,
Do you have any update on that?
just an executive session. Meeting minutes have to be approved in executive session, so we would have to have an executive session on the agenda for those. So at an upcoming meeting, we could do that.
We could do that. Okay.
And that's just our board, right? Not both boards in executive session. Cool.
Yeah, we could probably do that. That would be good. Okay. So if we defer the 26th and the 8th for now, has everyone had a chance to review the 22nd?
Not the edited version, which we got today.
That's okay.
So,
All right. Why don't we defer our minutes for tonight and just have a chance for everybody to review, and then we can do those all together as a
Thank
group,
you.
if that's okay. All right. Great. So we then have our next meeting dates. We have a community forum that Josh, I'm sure, will be discussing, which will be open to all the residents of Milton. It will be a community forum. Josh, I don't know if you want to talk any details, but the date is March 25th on that. Do you want to say just a word?
Sure. So that is our East Milton Square's second community forum. Josh Fiala of MMC will be presenting again, and Tim and I will be there as well. We're going to be sort of reviewing the details that Josh will be presenting tonight as well. So you have a chance to sort of pre-look at that. There's a second forum happening on the 4th of April that our department, Inspection Services, Engineering, are doing in conjunction with Sustainable Milton and the Department of Energy Resources on the specialized code. That'll be at 6:30 p.m. in the Council on Aging on Thursday the 4th.
Josh, can you tell us what the specialized code is?
Thanks, Tim. It's like we're on a PBS show. It's the sort of third tier of energy codes that municipalities are allowed to opt into. It applies only to new construction, but sets more stringent energy efficiency standards for those new constructions.
Terrific. Great. And our next regular scheduled meeting will be on March 28th. And then the following meetings, our regular scheduled meetings, would be for April 11th and April 25th. So 4/11, hopefully that works for all members. And we may be adding, after the 28th, our discussion on MBTA, we may feel that we need to add another meeting to that, and we can maybe do so at the meeting on the 28th. So now with that, we can go to Tim, Director of Planning, for his update.
Not a whole lot, aside from what Josh just spoke about in terms of upcoming forums that we're going to be holding. One thing I did want to mention now, just in case, we have an MBTA Communities agenda item, although that's not the focus of this meeting, so I'm not sure exactly what we'll get to later on. But one thing that we're going to be preparing for the meeting on the 28th is a draft scope of work for a consultant basically, I'm going to say to kind of get UTL back on board. We're not under contract with them right now. Although I did kind of discuss this with the town administrator, and from a procurement perspective, his advice was, because it's reasonable to anticipate that a contract for these services is going to exceed $10,000. Especially if we're kind of going down a dual track of preparing two different zoning options, that we really should be putting together a scope of work that we send out to 3 different firms, and try to get the best price there. So that'll be something we can discuss in more detail at the next meeting on the 28th. But we'll have a draft scope of work ready. It'll be, not dissimilar, from the scope of work that we have to do Teal. The board is obviously free to add, subtract, amend, whatever, based on what your needs are, but we want to make sure that you've got something that you can at least work with on that. The other related thing, and this is going to affect how that scope of work is kind of drawn up, is I had a conversation with the person at HLC who is the co-director of the community services unit over there, which is they oversee both the 3A compliance unit and also a lot of the grant making units that operate out of HLC. And basically the conversation we had was, I mentioned probably at a previous meeting that we have additional grant funding we received a $50,000 grant that we used $23,000 of that to pay RKG for their municipal fiscal impact analysis. So there is additional funds for 3A purposes that we could use, for, again, compliance model work, whatever it is the board feels is necessary. One thing that we talked about this afternoon was, again, with that sort of dual track, that the board spoke about at the last meeting of, pursuing a compliance option consistent with the current guidelines, and also an option consistent with, potential reclassification as an adjacent community. That 10% adjacent community option would not be an eligible use of grant funds. So that's going to be something that the board is interested in procuring consultant services for that. We'll have to use our own budget, which we have budget, in the planning board, and we'll just have to make sure that the scope of work that we put together kind of sufficiently segregates those two tasks in a way that they can be sort of invoiced separately, for financial kind of tracking purposes. We can absolutely use the grant funding to pursue a new zoning article to achieve compliance under the current guidelines. But we have to use a separate source of funds, for the other option. So we'll make sure that any scope of work reflects that, and we'll obviously take care of all the accounting and financing, within the department. So that's what I've got for now. Josh, I don't know if you have anything else.
So will you have 2 RFPs put together for 2 different procurement processes there? Sounds like we need it.
Because I think it makes sense for the same firm to do the work. It would be tough and a little unwieldy to have one firm doing one and one firm doing another. But at the same time, we'll want to make sure that if we get one firm to do both jobs, it's more of a kind of a back-end accounting situation than it is a kind of, front-facing content substantive kind of issue. So it just becomes a matter of just making clear that, here's the source of funding for this element of the scope, here's the source of funding for this element of the scope.
Okay.
We'll want to make sure that that invoicing kind of reflects that.
Okay. So it's the funding end, not concerned with the consultant end.
Just a question, Meredith?
Yeah.
For Tim. Tim, were you able to ask UTL or MAPC what their availability is to work with us?
So in all the conversations that I've had recently with UTL and MAPC, they've indicated a willingness to work with us. I think it all depends on exactly what the scope of work and the timeline is. I think there's been a general, yes, we want to stay on board. But again, it's all going to come down to, what exactly are we looking for? When are we looking for it from? So, I think I don't want to say wait and see, because I haven't heard anything to indicate that, no, we're kind of out in the cold on this. But also, the contracts aren't signed until the contracts are signed.
Okay, great. So time is of the essence, it sounds like, with that. Okay. Yep. Great. Anything else, Tim, or is that it from your update?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right. At this time, we can now invite those who would like to speak for Citizens Speak. If anyone on public or on the Zoom would like to join us, please come forward. If you could just give your name and address for the record.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gene Irwin, 120 Highland Street, Milton. Thank you for this opportunity. I just wanted to clear up something. At our last meeting, hydrology was a major focus point of the meeting. And the last speaker was Ned Corcoran for the applicant. And it seemed as though there was an issue over whether this board or DEP had final say in the different wetlands analysis at 107, 111 Highland Street. And I'll just briefly, if I may, I know Doug Henry at an earlier meeting even weighed in and said you folks had a lot of say. And then there was another attorney for the neighbors who chimed in. But just so we can all be clear, 310 CMR 10 is intended solely for the use in administrating MGL Chapter 131, subsection 40. Nothing in 310 CMR 10 should be construed as preempting or precluding more stringent protection of wetlands or other natural resource areas by local law, ordinance, or regulation. And it goes on, in the rules and regulations of the Planning Board, Section 8.1. The Planning Board may require a less frequent or more intense design of storms used to be in any situation, which in its judgment requires a greater degree of protection should be afforded to the public or private property. So that's all I have to say on that, and I think the law is clear. Thank you for this time.
Thank you. Anyone on Zoom or others from the public who would like to speak this evening?
Not seeing anyone on Zoom.
Not seeing anyone else. Okay. Anyone else? Or waiting till the public hearings? You can obviously all speak at that point. Okay, at this time, then I would like to open the public hearing for 111, you're fine on time, Highland Street, special permit continued from February 22nd, 2024. My team can join us here. Welcome.
Good evening, all. Once again, Ned Corcoran, office at 26 High Street, counsel representing the applicant Northbridge Companies, excuse me. And I'm joined tonight by Steve Pugliafico, who is the chief operating officer. Wendy Nowakunski and Jim Coughlin, you've met previously, are not available tonight, but Steve is here on behalf of Northbridge. And I'm going to be joined by Paul Avery, Rebecca Dillon, and Sashi Meisner. I think the topics, tonight were to sort of dig in a little bit into the how and why the site lays out the way it does, why the building lays out the way it does, and then discussion on architecture and landscape. So I will I'll hand it to Paul to talk about site constraints and the decisions made going back to 2021 and how the site would lay out, and then how we advanced a site plan for the zoning process. Actually, 2 years ago tonight, March 14th of 2021. 22 is when the zoning was passed.
The attorney, speak up, please.
Your microphone may be a little closer, so
Thank
a little easier to hear.
Sure. So with that, Tim or Josh, if you can put the presentation up.
Josh, are you gonna handle that, or should I bring that up?
I got it, just pulling it up now while I'm promoting Paul and the statute.
sorry.
And Eric.
And if you can also promote Blaine Buck while you're at it.
Thanks, Ted.
You can go right to the next slide. And right past that one to the next slide. You know, as I said, this zoning was passed 2 years ago tonight. Authorized a development of memory care facility with 78 beds, 70 units on a site plan that is substantially the same as the site plan that we've been working on now for 2 years since. It followed from an invitation from this planning board when it adopted a master plan in 2015, calling on the hospital to put in play the property across the street on Highland for the purpose of assisted living. This was clear planning, and it was a clear invitation from the town to the development community to produce this type of development. This is a lower impact form of assisted living than standard assisted living because with memory care, none of the residents are able to drive, and the traffic volumes associated with that are substantially reduced. And I understand we'll be back on with traffic on the 28th. So in July of 2021, 3 years ago, almost 3 years ago, I was retained to begin working with the Northbridge team on zoning for this location. The first plan that I'm aware of was the July 6, 2021 plan, a site plan developed by Paul Avery, looking at how a building of this size would lay out in the property with a combination of 2 stories and 1 story. And with that, let me hand it to Paul to sort of go through his efforts associated with that. We've got a handful of slides for Paul, and then we'll move on to architecture.
Okay, great.
Great, thank you, Ned, again, Paul Avery, on behalf of the applicant here. So as Ned said, this plan is, I think, a little tough to read the date down in the lower right-hand corner, but it's July 6, 21. So it's a handful of months short of 3 years old at this point. We worked this up, I worked this up, it was not done exclusively by me. Also involved with this work, Rebecca Dillon, who we'll be hearing from later tonight, who's the project architect. I think what we'd like to do is, we may end up going back and forth a little bit between this slide and the next one after it, but stay here for now, because what we just want to speak to here is the technical reason, why we sited the building the way we did vertically fit on the site. So if you can read this, it may be a little tough, but like down in here, this says that this is 2 stories. Well, first of all, let me back up a little bit. This project, this plan, as I said, is 3.5 to 4 years old. At a glance, it looks pretty similar to the one before us now. There are a number of elements about this thing that are quite different. For instance, there was this road that goes around here like this, which we got rid of. But functionally and fundamentally, if you look at the general shape of the building, the general shape of the driveways, it's quite consistent with what we've got now. And as I was saying a moment ago, the floor elevations there are called out at 1.2 and 134 for the lower and the upper levels of this, which is still the same as what we have in the current plans now. The way this building is set up is the upper level, the 134 level, runs across the entire floor plate. The lower level, which is just goes under this part here. And if you look at the contours of the site, you can see that the way it shapes down, that this is the lower part, and this area here is the lowest part of the site, so it makes sense that the lowest part of the building would be at that location. So the next slide, we'll go to in the second year, has a couple, before we go there, just go back up again. So we're going to go down there, 2 cross sections, but the one we're going to look at first is this one right through here. Okay, and again, what we're looking at here, this goes right through, you know, this neighborhood here, which is the entrance to the facility, and it's an upper level neighborhood. So if we just go to the next slide then, this is the section here that we're looking at. This is the one that we just drew. And this, the question here is, you know, with the building being set as low as we could at 122, is why couldn't we have had the entrance at the lower level at 122 versus the upper level at 134? And the reason is what you can see is the way this cuts into the slope. Now, we're doing a fair amount of cutting on this project in various places, but in this case, this line right here is the non-disturbance line for the wetlands, and then 25 feet beyond that is the wetlands itself, and then there's the western intermittent stream. So if we go back and we look at the previous slide again, hate to go back and forth, that what we have in here is, here's the western intermittent stream. That stream is within about 36 feet of the building at its closest point, and the contours in here, the one that runs right through here, this contour is 128. So if we have the lower level of this building at 122, we would be down 6 feet below the stream that's some 35, 40 feet away from here. From a building perspective, that's not a great idea for all kinds of obvious reasons. The amount of dewatering protection would have almost certainly resulted in alterations and impacts to the wetlands that are in that area. So that just seemed like not a good practice, and so we said, okay, you know, we need to run this through. Other considerations on this, that if you go back to the section next slide, please. That this space in here, you know, had we made this into occupied space, a good portion of it would be below ground, and so therefore would limit visibility issues. So, you know, 122 was as low as we could set the lower floor on this building, just based upon existing type topography and trying to keep positive drainage towards the wetlands, which are heading towards Highland Street. And this is what it is. So, you know, as the design has evolved, we've looked at a number of different options, but ultimately just kept kind of coming back to this one as, you know, what it kind of needed to be. And if there was a way to do this with less earthwork, we likely would have pursued it. Next slide. So this then, Ned, you may want to chime in on this one. This one is dated November of 2021. This is the plan that went with the zoning application. If you want to provide the background on that, Ned?
Yeah, this was, well, we started work with the planning board in July, shortly after that July 6th plan. We worked a little bit with the neighborhood and then with the planning board, and we started a process in July that went all the way until March of 2022 when the zoning was enacted. The site plan fundamentally did not change relative to the way the building laid out and the way the building was set. We did, as Paul said, eliminate the fire access lane around the building. We modified we expanded on some planting issues, and otherwise the building itself and the layout itself were substantially the same with some more detail. And that's the plan that we showed town meeting in March of 2018. And it is the plan by which the zoning, around which the zoning was drafted, ultimately. So since that time, obviously there's been more detail work, further reduction, particularly in the last little bit that we've explained at last meeting, a couple of meetings ago, that have led to the plan that is now the current plan. If you go forward, Josh, to we showed you the site reduction sketch previously, where we took about 2,250 square feet off of the building footprint. We took off another couple thousand square feet of other impervious surface. We eliminated some parking spaces as a result of an agreement with the hospital and whatnot. But the next slide really is sort of the current slide, and that's the current plan that we've arrived at today, in which we plan to go forward. So. If you go to the next slide, one of the fundamental things that we've been working hard on in the last few months was really sort of reassessing, re-asking the question, can we park cars underneath the building? Can we adjust the way the building lays out on the site? Can we change the lower level, can we flip the lower and the upper levels around? We really can't do that for reasons that Paul explained. But we took a really close look at whether we could park all of the spaces that are shown currently out back under the building. There are 25 spaces on the other side of the westerly intermittent stream. So we put together this plan. This plan gets 22 spaces under the building. It doesn't get all 25. And we've said very firmly that 45 spaces total is the minimum number of spaces that we need to service this facility. There are 20 to the front of the building and 25 in the rear. If we can't get rid of all 25 spaces in the rear, then we still have to build a wetland crossing. There's a significant cost and wetland implications associated with that. We have to make that crossing. The second thing, and which is also critical, is really what happens down at the delivery entrance, where the entrance to the underground parking would be. You've got a sloped approach down the hill, coming down the hill to this point, with a U-turn in and out of the building. That's a really difficult move to make in any case, but if you have an employee or a visitor leaving as another one is coming, then that creates a real conflict and a difficult issue. It also creates potential for conflicts if there's a delivery and someone's making that move. That's a real difficult issue. And in conversation with the fire chief, he said we would have to really redesign this whole lower area to make it work better, and much more significant impacts on the wetland setbacks. So for those reasons, the fact that we can't get rid of all of the spaces in the rear, the cost associated with building the underground parking, which is estimated at north of $4 million, the fact that we don't eliminate costs associated with crossing wetlands to get to the rear, and really this sort of safety and other conflict issues associated with parking coming in and out of underground mitigate against providing underground parking in any way. And so we will not provide it, and we'll move forward with the plan as we've presented. And with that, if we want to pause for questions, we're happy to do that. Otherwise, I'll hand it to Rebecca Dillon for presentation on the architecture.
Yeah, why don't we just have a quick check-in with anyone? Did anyone have any questions on that?
I'm good.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, move on.
Rebecca? Can you go to the next slide, please? So Rebecca Dillon is the project architect. This is a rendering of the latest building design based on the slight reduction in square footage associated with the modification to the building.
Rebecca's just being promoted to panelist. Thanks for your patience.
Okay, great.
If you could promote Sashi Meisner while you're at it, she's going to go next.
Sashi is already promoted.
Thank you.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay now?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you. So this is a rendering. I know you've seen it many times over the duration of the project, but as was presented to you, I believe at the last meeting, We have reduced the square footage of the building, and in doing so, it did change a few of the elements on the exterior, so this rendering is updated so it reflects that square footage reduction. It didn't change a lot on the front side of the building other than this portion here of the building. It used to be a straight flat facade with a central gable, but where we have pushed and pulled that wall and reduced some of our office spaces, it's changed the way that portion of the building looks. So we just wanted to update that for you and show you what that looks like. We can go to the next slide. I can't get that to come back. There we go. So this is the lower level plan, and I will just point out that you'll notice on these revised floor plans, there's a purple line in certain areas around the perimeter. And what that is showing is it's showing the square footage that we actually took out of the building. So graphically, you can understand how that changed the perimeter of the building. And essentially what we did to reduce that square footage was we removed every neighborhood had a sunroom tucked into these courtyards. We've taken that sunroom out of each neighborhood, and that allowed us to condense the building a little bit more and reduce the size of the dining rooms a little bit, the living rooms some. We've removed some offices, and we've also removed some square footage in the delivery and lower lobby area. And again, the intent of the design of this building is based on the function of this type of a program where you have a central core, as we call it, with support and utility spaces, offices, mechanical room, commercial kitchens, and the three neighborhoods that we have grow out of that core. And what that does is it allows quick and easy access for food and staff to get to those neighborhoods very quickly, and also family and visitors coming to that main entrance being able to very quickly get to those neighborhoods and not have to walk through long corridors. This is the lower level, so this is where you've seen the site plan, so you know that the deliveries come down in this area and they come in to these doors. We have this whole back of house space with the commercial kitchen, recycling, mechanical, and then we have an elevator and some stairs that would go up to the main entry level, or you would come down into this neighborhood here on the lower level that has 24 residents in 22 units. And every neighborhood has the same program. We have a living room, we have a dining room, we have a neighborhood kitchen that residents can come and sit at the bar and watch their food being prepared. It's a really nice interactive layout that is designed so that residents can have their private bedroom space, but also come out and engage with other residents and the staff. And then off of the living dining areas, we have this secured outdoor courtyard. The state actually requires this program piece for a memory care building. And that is because having access to the exterior as well as getting a lot of natural light is very important for a person with any level of dementia. So this is a pretty important part of the program. We can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the main level or upper level where we come in at the drop-off into the front entry. We have a nice, big, beautiful, welcoming front porch. Come in and we have a common living room. This is the office area, the business office area, as well as we have a salon, we have a conference room. We have a larger meeting room where residents can come from all three neighborhoods if they're having a holiday function. And you can see again, the purple line reflects the square footage that has been removed from the building. And we have the entrance to this neighborhood over here, and then the entrance to this neighborhood over here. The neighborhood on the left has their secured courtyard over in this area. And this neighborhood on the right has their secured courtyard over here in this area. We can go to the next slide, please.
Rebecca, we were having trouble identifying where on this those courtyards are. Obviously, if we can refer quickly, Josh, to the last site plan, we can orient where the courtyards are. So the courtyards that she was referring to, and this building, this is flipped this way relative to how these plans are. But there's a courtyard, upper courtyard here, an upper courtyard here, and a lower courtyard here, all of which have to have really good access to the sun. So they are oriented to the south and the west to maximize their availability for sun. If you can go back, Josh.
Perfect, thank you, Ned. So these are the revised building elevations reflecting that reduced square footage. I know there's a lot going on these sheets because the building has so many twists and turns to it. We have a lot of elevations happening, but you get the idea of how the building is designed so that it's, it's traditional architecture. It fits in well with the surrounding historic aspect of Milton. We have pitched roof lines. We have this large front porch, columns, classical window styles. All of the windows on our upper level have transoms on them. And then we have two different siding colors to help break up the massing of the building. And, all residential materials, double hung windows, clapboards, some trim details in the gables where we have the larger gables. We can go to the next slide. So we continue that all around the building. And we can go to the next slide. And this has a enlarged view of the front entry. So this is what people will see as they're driving up into the site. And again, you can see the nice window details, the built-up trim, and columns. And with that, I can either take questions now, or if we want to go into landscape architecture, we can do that as well.
Yeah, can we just, we'll pause right there, and if we have questions on the building itself. Any questions?
No, right now. No.
Not yet. Anyone? First of all, I just want to thank you because it looks like you have put divided lights on the front door now. It's not just a single panel of glass, according to your photo.
Yeah, could you go back to the?
Yeah, to the front entry.
Yeah, one right there. Down two more, sorry.
Great.
That way it's just larger.
Yep.
Yes.
And did you
Yes.
continue around the back side? I know before it was double hung, but it wasn't divided light. It was a different look on the back side to the front. Is that now continued around to the back side?
Yes, I think you might be referring to the transoms. On the upper level, we continue the transoms around the building.
Yep. Okay. Yes. Great. And the one question I had, because it's lovely architecture. I think you've done a nice job here. But to the left of the front door, you have sort of a triple window right to the left. And then just aesthetically looking at this, you have two sort of two smaller sets of windows. And I'm wondering, is it possible to make those full windows to look consistent with the rest of the exterior?
Are you talking about these?
I can't see where you're pointing. I'm sorry.
She's just pointing to the circle, the three windows to the left of the front door.
To the left, if you were to start to go down the driveway as you approach the down drive, there's where your offices are on the interior. You've got you've got full windows there, but then you have a set of sort of two small windows, which just to me stand out with the rest of all of the rest of the building on the front facade. Is that possible to make it those full?
Let me just take a look at those. Could you go back? I think it's two slides.
Yeah.
I think it's your L1 building elevation.
Or is it these?
The L1.
So it's those two windows?
No, it's these right here.
I think it's Q15. They're up higher. They're I know what you mean.
What section would that be in?
Yeah, I think it's Q15.
215?
Q.
Oh,
Yeah.
Q15, I'm sorry.
Yeah. We will look at that.
Yeah, I think that's right.
It's where our copy room is. When we shuffled everything around, so we have a countertop there. But we can take a look at that.
It would really look, I think, look much nicer with that. And I know on some of could you just describe materials again from the outside? Because I know some of your facilities, you do a mix of shingle and clapboard.
Bigger jobs to do.
Is this all clapboard, or is it a variety mixed?
For our department.
Right now, it's proposed as all clapboard,
thank you.
just with different colors.
Okay, so those were. Oh, I have one other question too, if anyone else doesn't. We don't see, because obviously the retaining walls are significant around the building.
Besides Meredith.
Can you describe how that will look when you're,
I'm trying.
will there be
They just get blurry.
the height of the wall that will go around? I don't know how that is going to be, what your finish is on those retaining walls and how that will sort of incorporate into and maybe that's part of your landscape, but it seems like as far as the structure and the architecture, what will you be seeing when you drive down that driveway and on either side, when you're looking at the retaining walls? What will be visible from the interior as well as the exterior?
I don't know, Paul, if you want to talk about that. I think if we're going down coming up the entry drive you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
As you're circling around the back and sort of where the courtyards are, the lower courtyards.
Oh, okay.
What will we be seeing at that point? Because I didn't see anything with that.
Back to a site plan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. So you're talking about coming down along this drive?
We'll be seeing fencing going around. Is it the same fencing that we see in the front entry, or is what you have different there?
I don't know if Paul or Sashi want to talk about those walls.
You're talking about the retaining walls? There's, is that what the question is, the retaining wall and the service drive?
Yes.
Yeah, so this wall, as it runs like through here, okay? That wall has a parapet stick up of a couple of feet that sort of serves as a guardrail. There's no additional fence beyond that.
Okay. So sort of as a guardrail. So what materials?
Right. So what that came from is, as we crossed the wetlands here, we tried to keep the road section as narrow as we possibly could. So, when you put a guardrail in off the pavement, the guardrail needs to be set back a certain distance from the wall and certain distance from the travelway. So on this side, the page down side, we don't have a sidewalk, so we were able to serve the guardrail function by just extending the wall up. On the other side, that's not the case because we had the sidewalk, and then once we've got the sidewalk, now all of a sudden we've opened up additional space anyway. But to answer your question is there's no fencing along the service drive, through this area in here.
We have a rendering coming that will show what the appearance is as you drive into the site.
But Paul, is there more than a 42-inch drop between the roadway and the grade below?
Yeah, there is. I mean, it warrants a guardrail. If you get into code issues, does it require a site fence for pedestrians? If it does, then we probably would have to incorporate that into the wall. But at the moment, we're not showing that. At least let me confirm that. Give me a second here. I just want to go back because there's a typical section for the drive. You can see the section line called out there. Let me just check that. But I don't think we have a site fence in addition to just the wall there. I mean, it's just like what you'd have on a road, right? So going along the road, if you've got a guardrail warrant, you usually have the guardrail, but you wouldn't necessarily have a fence in addition to that. But let me check it, and I can do that.
We are showing a fence along the sidewalk side, but not
on the sidewalk side. We are. That's right. But I'll double check. Give me a second here, and I'll look at it.
And while you're looking at that, I would also just wondering, the materials of the retaining walls, are those going to be the same material as the front entryway, the front drive?
Yes.
Because I had mentioned to Ned, I think that's going to be really important because until landscaping starts to fill in, it's going to be really visible. And you had mentioned possibly a ready rock. I wanted to get other people's opinions. There's a variety of different colors of ready rock that look more natural. I don't know your experience, but that's going to make the difference in your first impression on coming into this project. And for those who are in the courtyard spending time, that I think that material is really important, and we can get
there are some different looks to the ready rock. I know that I shared with you a website with some of the particulars. I can share that more broadly with the board.
Be great.
I meant to have done that and haven't, but I'll share that for review at the next meeting.
I think that would be great to see what your experience is with ready rock. If it's a good, we obviously want it to be a natural and really sort of disappear more than anything. But it will make the difference in making it look like as less commercial and more residential in that area as possible.
And I was thinking, and probably we're getting ahead from the landscaping plan, but when we did the site plan for Northland up on Canton Ave, it was all natural because of the setting. And I feel like we need to consider the same aesthetic at this site because Highland Street is a historic scenic way, and it's much more visible to all the residents of town as they're driving by, not just the neighbors. So I would think that the natural wall is actually more important here than it was up at the Northland on Canton Ave.
Where we had the stone.
Yeah, so we just, approved that change, or actually, didn't approve it, actually. So I just want to make sure that this site gets the same consideration as the other sites. And I think I pointed that out at that last meeting when I said, I want to make sure that whatever...
That material...
Yeah, we'll provide images of Ready Rock. We're not going to build a natural stone wall. We're going to use Ready Rock because it's got stone appearance. There's some very good looking alternatives, but the function has to serve as a retaining wall, a significant retaining wall, and so Ready Rock is going to be the material of choice.
Well, you're talking about a particular brand. Is that the brand you're committing to using?
Yes.
In my experience, you don't really want to commit to a brand because something would change, and then you'd have to come back here for a site plan, a change. So I wouldn't commit to a brand. I think it's all very commercial looking, and so I think even we should consider doing a veneer, a natural stone veneer.
We're going to be strongly opposed to a veneer on top of the wall.
Not a poured concrete with a shelf and veneered up the side?
We'll take a second look at it. We've looked at it. It's not something we're prepared to do.
I think it would be helpful if you could point us to some built examples with the Ready Rock, with the type of stone look finish versus the smooth concrete look. Probably, Sean was just showing me, probably not the limestone look, but the others that are more natural looking.
Right.
If there's a place to look at those.
I will provide that tomorrow. I'll email Tim with a link because there are some really attractive looking versions of the Ready Rock.
So my concern is in going up the driveway and then also over by the delivery area, all that is, there's no landscape plan for that, so you can't really hide it, since that's all wetlands from Highland Street over to that wall. It's going to be very visible, especially in the winter time. And so I'm getting ahead of myself, there's no landscape plan for that part of the driveway. You spent more time on the Bacardi side than you did on the front side, where the neighbors across from Spafford and on Highland, and as all of us are driving by every day, there's nothing planted there to hide the building. So the walls will be really exposed in a very natural setting, and so I'm very concerned about the look of those walls.
This, in the category of block, we're referring to it as Ready Rock. The category is gravity block. So there are other manufacturers. Ready Rock is one. So when you refer to the category, it is a gravity block retaining wall system. In my experience, this is probably the most appropriate type of system to use for an application like this. And amongst the things that we have to consider when you start talking about cast-in-place concrete walls with stone veneers, you have to consider the disturbance to the area. If you try to do something like that, it's a level of land disturbance to do that kind of work that's a lot different than a gravity block system. So I'd suggest that we at least look at the finishes of the proposed,
material before we get, create another problem. Trying to solve one and reach an aesthetic that might be, slightly better, we could create another problem that would be, not helpful.
Yeah, I had mentioned Stonebridge Lane as being one of the nicest examples of crossing over a wetland area. I know
definitely.
Ned went out and took a look at that, and that we were trying to.
So do these all have to step, or can they be vertical? I'm looking at C505, Paul, detail 1, which is an entry driveway cross section. And it shows the kind
I had it on the
of
screen a moment ago.
stepping back.
This one?
Yeah, that's a standard detail.
Can you see my screen?
No, we'll have to,
Part of the
Josh, if
gravity
you
is-
can allow Paul to share screen for a moment.
Looks like I can.
Yep.
This is from
Here we go.
it is.
It leans back against
Try again, Paul. I've just stopped sharing my screen.
A share screen.
Even if everything else should be the same.
Yeah, that's the way it's designed. It's like a 12-degree rake.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what I was referring to before. This side on page right here, if you can see my cursor. Can you see my cursor moving around? Okay. That's the detail that carries down through the service drive, where we basically have it serving as the guardrail. The site fence is limited to the other side where we have the pedestrian sidewalk. And these are the blocks. And part of why we chose these is that they can be built from the inside out. I think as Sean was just saying, that there's no need to do work beyond the face of the wall. You just can stack them up from the inside. So, not only a technically good solution, but they also, one of the driving factors was they offer a construction advantage in minimizing disturbance to natural areas.
And so the detail on the left side, where you see the sidewalk and the guardrail for the vehicles, and then you see the site fence, which is really a people guardrail. And then you got light poles, and it just makes me wonder really the visual of that, like on a detail kind of basis. So if there's like, some kind of drawing, three-dimensional somehow.
I think we have renderings of that coming up, don't we?
We have an image coming.
Okay. And then that shows a bituminous sidewalk rather than a concrete sidewalk. On this kind of a slope coming up, and kind of the visual aspect of seeing this coming in from Highland, it seems like concrete would be a better appearance, at least coming in the entrance drive rather than asphalt.
Okay.
We can look at that.
Look at that. Okay.
All right, we good with this?
Yes, and I just wanted to see if Sean, did you have anything that you wanted to say? I want you to feel free to.
Sure. Just to Sean's point, the big difference between gravity walls and cast-in-place walls is cast-in-place walls have to extend below frost. So the reason there's so much work, as Sean was saying, is you have to dig down 4 feet. That first layer of cast-in-place concrete is 4 feet below to resist frost. The beauty of the gravity walls is they don't have to go below frost, so you're much less impact. And then just as far as, I've reviewed all the new submittals, and all of their changes are universally sort of on the side of yielding less impact and making the project smaller. So as long as the infrastructure that they've designed to serve it hasn't changed, it should be fine.
So, and I understand the concept of using that style wall in a commercial application. Like, I totally understand it. The problem is this is not in a commercial application. This is in a residential application with neighbors around, so I'm very sensitive to the look. And again, I go back to, would I want to be looking at this in my neighborhood? And so I think that's a slightly, we have to remember that it's a neighborhood on a scenic way. So I think paying very close attention to the materials is really, really important.
I mean, these are commonly used on highways, I think is probably what you're getting at, Maggie. But I do think if you showed us an example that in a context like this, where it's not a highway context, then maybe that would help.
Do they make any with the opportunity to have vines growing out of them to cover them over time? I've seen that on the side of highways. They're really industrial looking in the beginning.
Yeah, I think
once they fill in, they're kind of green.
in this application, I think the expectation is that the vegetation on the wetland side is going to sort of grow up into that as opposed to growing down off of it. But they do have, there's not a whole lot of space to allow something to grow out of it. You can step them so you can create landings. But again, that would expand how much footprint you're asking to use. But there's a lot of solutions that you can employ to either add vegetation to the face or to step it to create a sort of a bench of vegetation. Usually those are in sort of much bigger, taller walls. In this case, we're probably in the 6 to 8 feet range predominantly, which usually is well within that area where the vegetation on the ground is going to grow up and obscure most of it.
And I think if there was a landscape plan, that would be planting at the base of the wall so the evergreens could grow up, but there's very few evergreens that can withstand or would grow in wetlands. So you have to just always remember the winter landscape. And if you drive by there now, and 300 trees are going to be gone, there's no evergreen there now. So if there was a planting plan that would have evergreens at the base of the wall that would grow up and hide the wall, that would be a different story, but there's no plan for that.
Well, I'd like to have Sashi address that.
It sounds like a good segue for landscape.
Okay, yes, I was going to say.
So just quickly on that note though, if you could add landscaping to this kind of cross section that is reflective of the plan that you have, I think you have an enlarged plan of that area. If you could add it to the section so we could see the vertical height of these members relative to the height of these walls. I think that's kind of what Maggie is getting at.
I'm not sure I am understanding what you're asking. I just ask if Paul,
Well, if
she does.
If you take the section that we were just looking at and you add the landscape materials to scale so that we can see which, like if you drew a tree here, you could draw a 20-foot high tree. But if I don't recall what's in the landscape plan at the moment, but whatever those materials are, if they were shown to scale to the wall, so to Maggie's point, is it halfway up the wall? Is it all the way up the wall? Is it beyond the wall?
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah.
Okay. I could actually share my screen. I did pull up some Ready Rock examples in a residential situation.
And as Sean said, if you could put a person in that section for scale, that would be helpful.
Good call.
You don't get to whisper, Sean. You get to.
Sashi, are you able to share? There you go.
Yeah, so, Ready Rock is most commonly seen in commercial, industrial, big, large walls along highways and things like that, but they have expanded their offerings, so there's quite a few different textures that can be used in residential situations. So it is worth cruising the site, and we'll get you examples of some options that we're looking at for the texture of this. They really do look nice, and along with the landscaping that will go along with it, we feel like it's going to be a really nice solution. We want this to look as good as you want this to look, believe me. We don't want it to be industrial. This is where, our parents are going to live, things like that. So we want it to be fit in with the surrounding neighborhood and look like it's a space for people, where people live. So I wanted to start my presentation just showing some of the changes that have happened. So this plan highlights in orange are pavement reductions, In red are the building reductions, and in blue, there are just a few additions where we changed where the generator and transformer are located, and so you can see where those are. What this offers is additional opportunities for more landscaping. So I've taken advantage of the changes around the building. So all in red are areas where we've been able to add additional plant material to both soften the view looking from Highland Street into the property, as well as buffering the views outside from inside the resident rooms to outside to some of the parking areas and utility areas. So being able to buffer some of the spaces for the residents as well. Additionally, you can see where the generator and the dumpsters were all located along Highland Street previously. You can see how they jutted out, and we understood that that was problematic. So being able to relocate those in an area where they will not be visible to people that are just passing by along Highland Street has really offered up quite a bit of additional buffering opportunities along the service drive as well. So this is the plan that we're working with right now. The courtyard areas the programming has pretty much stayed consistent with what you've seen previously. Some key features for the residents that are really important are walking paths that are circular and connect into all of the spaces out there. So basically just a circular path that they can walk on. There's gathering areas for outdoor dining. There's game areas, so places for bocce ball and gathering, community events that they might have within each of the courtyard areas. The plant material in the courtyards is very integral to the programming, so offers sensory stimulation, four-season interest, fragrances, all the different things that are needed for this unique population. The courtyards are secured, so there are solid fencing around each of the ends, the outer ends of the courtyards, and a secured access point to each of them. On the service drive, you can see that additional plant material has been added. There are evergreens like cedars and hemlocks that do well in wetland areas. So we've really drawn on the native natural plant material that's existing on site and enhanced what is already out there. So we have things like swamp oak, the cedars and hemlock. So all of these are buffering that edge of the wall. We've added additional plant material along the service drive where we've lost some of the building, where the building's been reduced. We've added additional understory trees within that area. And then you can see along the service drive that we've added additional plant material along both sides of that wall. And these are also cedars and hemlocks, along with the additional plantings that we have replacing the invasives that are removed. So the overall intent for the entire site is to enhance the plant material that's there. So there's a lot of invasive plant material. So when we're done, the idea is to improve the woodlands that are here, to add more plant material. We're actually adding over 150 trees to this site. 111 of those trees will be 7 feet or taller at the date of planting. So we're adding a significant amount of plant material to this site because it's important for the residents, and it's important for the people that live in this community that this space look better than when we first came to the site. So by removing invasives and adding additional native plant material, we'll be restoring the site to a much better condition than it currently is as far as the woodland area. We showed this main entrance rendering previously without any plant material along the entrance drive. So since we've added the buffer plantings, you can see these, while we're estimating existing vegetation that's there, we do have locations for trees that are there. So we've located existing plant material per our survey, and then the trees are located where they're shown on the planting plan. So this is about as accurate as we can get for what is estimated this to look like in approximately 3 to 5 years after planting.
Excuse me, Sashi, so when you work on the section, can you show the initial planting height and then a 5-year height, just so we understand what that would look like?
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
And then what's the elevation difference between Highland Street and then the top of the building?
Let me take a look at that very quickly. The building, the building is, what is it? Hang on, give me a second.
Are we discussing lighting?
The building is at 134 and Highland Street is at 121, so it's 15 feet, 13 feet.
Okay, and then so the 134, that is at the driveway?
134 is the entrance, and that's, it slopes down as rapidly from the entrance area as we can. There are considerations in there like accessibility, ADA slopes can't exceed a certain amount. There's a drop-off area, so although not regulated, you don't want doors flying open with crazy cross slopes and things like that. So, it stays moderate near the top, and then it drops off more steeply as you head down the driveway. But yeah, it goes from 121 to 134, so that's 13 feet.
And then how tall is the building, 35 feet?
Not there, I don't think.
Not from that elevation. It's from the lowest elevation. It's 35 feet to the ridge of the roof.
This is one story at this elevation.
Yeah.
So one,
And a pitched roof.
It's probably another 20.
Yeah.
so 20 feet,
Oh,
so
20.
between to Highland Street's at 121, then you go up to 134, and then you add another 20 for the height of the building. Okay.
No, from 134 you go up
About
13 feet, 15 feet,
to the ridge, though?
To the ridge,
To the
to the peak,
not 20
Yeah.
feet.
to the peak, so 15?
Probably,
Should be on those elevations.
yeah. Paul, what's the,
Is what we're talking?
So it's like a 30-foot, yeah, from Highland Street, you're looking up to the top of the building is 30 feet. So basically a 7-foot tree at time of planting isn't going to do too much to hide the building.
Let's don't forget that 35 feet is the height allowed
Right.
in our residential
Right.
districts everywhere.
From the mean grade though, right? Not from the highest point of the grade. That 35 feet, right?
the highest,
It's around the building,
Right.
mean.
So you
around
take the
building.
mean grade and then you
Yeah,
find,
but not,
the height
at
from the
the
mean grade
Building,
is
right.
much lower than 35 feet.
okay.
The highest is from the loading dock, which is at a much lower elevation, to the ridge of the roof. That's 35 feet.
From the loading.
And the
dock,
height
okay.
of the height of the building at the point that is closest to the Bacardi residence is 25 feet from the existing grade,
It's pretty close to 26 feet from the street.
probably.
Right, so you
Yeah.
have 121 to 134, maybe another 13 feet.
Right.
Yeah.
From first floor elevation to the, to the heights ridge.
Right.
So 26 feet difference between.
but I thought what's your ceiling height, Rebecca? On the first floor?
On the first floor, our ceiling height is probably, our first floor to top of wall is 10 feet. So our ceiling height will probably be around 8 feet.
And then your pitch on your roof is
It's a 512. Sorry.
I think you're looking at more like at least 15 or 16 feet.
Yeah, yeah.
Right on the plan.
Yeah.
One item I was going to possibly suggest, which is really can be very attractive, is in your
1 or 2
front
feet. Okay,
landscape
thanks.
island. What's sometimes really nice is if you do a taller, do a tree form in that and have it underplanted. You know, I feel like we see a lot of, you know, some of this material we see quite frequently. But if you had something, either one large, something that would have a large canopy, or possibly two, which would have more of a column form. But doing something taller would really sort of fill in and sort of soften the roof lines, all of, you know, a lot of the asphalt roof lines you see, but really sort of give that appearance of giving a little bit of camouflage also from the street. I don't know if that would be possible to do that. Maggie, I don't know if you have any
Where are
suggestions.
you talking?
Actually, the front landscape island,
the circle?
in the circle.
So we have multiple large trees there, as well as understory trees and an evergreen tree. So it's planted to be reflective of a woodland character with the various layers of vegetation. So is that what you were thinking, or one tree?
Yeah, again, I'm thinking it's going to take a while for those to grow as well.
No, that's the
I
problem.
think that much vegetation is going to grow in.
And I think, I'm just thinking, you know, 30 years down the road, 20 years down the road, you know, you could have something, a really beautiful tree that's sort of your entryway when you come in, you know, a tulip tree or something that would be just sort of a beautiful, and provide shade. These will just take a long time to get to the point where they'll create that sort of privacy, and it would just soften sort of the overall and give a sense of scale, I think, to a building that would grow quickly.
Yeah,
So
so
you're
because how
asking for
wide is,
just one tree?
How-
One tree?
Depending, if you did something with a wide canopy, I would just do one. But if it was something with, which might be nice to do one focal, you know, sort of a tree. I don't know the width of, if
the width of the island? Yeah,
the
what's
width
the
of
width
the
of the
island.
island?
That's, yeah.
Should be 20, to be 50, right?
So we would be planting just one tree, one.
No, you would keep underplantings underneath, but have one.
It does have a walkway cutting right through the center.
Yep. So it would be off to the side, but it would be.
Or you could do a grove of birches.
I think Newburyport has that, and they have a little bridge in their circle. It's very similar to what you're talking about.
They have a.
It's like 3 or 4 birches that Maggie
Yeah.
mentioned.
How is that different than what we're showing? I'm not too clear on what the difference is. We do, and also there is, you'll see a portion that's not planted because we do have a stormwater basin underneath or stormwater treatment underneath part of the island.
Do they have a landscape?
I think we're trying to get something just a little bit higher in that circle to mask the elevation from Highland Street to the building. At least that's what I'm thinking.
So a sweet gum is not a large enough tree, is that what you?
Well,
I don't know what is.
Yeah, a tulip tree is faster growing, and it's native. So that, yeah, so what's the size, the dimension of the island?
Paul, what's the
The island
diameter?
is 46 feet in diameter.
46 feet in diameter.
So you have space to do something taller.
We can look at putting a tulip tree there if you'd rather have a tulip tree versus a sweet gum. Sweet gum is a really beautiful tree. It's a keystone plant. It has great fall color, but we're happy to go with the tulip tree if that's the preferred for the group. We can look
I
at
think
that.
it's more the form that I was just thinking that just gives sort of a.
In the size, You know, it should be a legacy tree size.
A legacy, yeah.
A 7-foot tree is not going to cut it.
So the idea with a smaller tree is that it's better for the tree, it's less stress, and it will grow quicker. And this is documented that trees will grow much quicker the smaller that you plant them. So sometimes when you plant a large tree, the susceptibility for that tree to survive is much less. So it's a concern for the environment. I would prefer to plant a mixture of sizes and allow some smaller trees in here so that they're going to grow quicker and probably catch up with a lot of the larger trees that we plant.
Sasha, I have a suggestion. Maybe you could do a sketch which kind of gives a sense of the design, or some kind of a photo montage like you did on the renderings there. You know, a little bit closer to the entrance to pick up what you have in mind with that island.
Sure.
Because again, I'm just thinking of all the trees that would be cut down, that it would just be great to have something tall that would sort of fill out and...
Like just something where you're zooming in towards the entrance so that you can see that landscaping as you get closer to the building. It's pretty far away in this view.
Yeah, so when you're looking up the driveway, you need a focal point.
Yeah, that's right.
And, it, you know, in one legacy-sized tree would be, I think, more impressive looking. It comes down to size. Initial planting, again, 7, 8, 9, those are all like homeowner size trees. Those aren't, like I sell trees. Like, you know, a homeowner drives in today and takes home an 8 to 10 foot tree. So I want like a 20-foot tree. So I understand your point in selling smaller trees. We plant trees all the time, and we plant large trees, and we're very successful in the rate of in our planting larger trees. So this is, you're taking out 300 trees, so replanting with 150 new trees at 7 feet tall, that's not really a comparable replacement.
Over 7 feet. So we have ones that are 12 and 14. We have a variety because I think that you're going to get more coverage if you have a variety of heights. So if they're all very high deciduous trees, then their canopy is you're going to have a lot of visibility at the ground plane. So by having a variety of heights and a variety of sizes, you get that multi-layer, more representative of a natural woodland where, you know, you're getting seedling seeding all the time. So new growth comes in, old growth dies. So that's the kind of the idea of what we're looking at least for all the plant material that surrounds this site. Just because I think it's going to provide more screening for the residents.
And I was looking at also just the other, to the right of the front handicap spots, you have a tree there that's underplanted too. What is that tree? I'm sorry.
Near the handicaps?
Yeah, to the right of the front handicap spots. You have a nice sized tree. This is sort of what initial planting, that looks like that's at least 14 feet there, 12 feet there.
All I see are shrubs in that area.
All right, I might be looking at a color rendering that...
We have some stormwater in the parking lot that goes under some of the grassed areas, some of the little median spaces that we initially had trees in, and now we can't allow trees within the stormwater treatment areas.
So basically the color rendering that you showed us is not what we're getting.
What I'm showing
it looks
right
really
now,
pretty, but this is not what you're going to get.
Well, what I'm showing right now is, I'm not sure what you're looking at, but what I'm showing right now is...
Something that you sent us, so... Wow.
Is current, yes.
This cover page, right?
Yes.
It's the cover page to your whole plan.
And then you compare it to L103 or L102, and the tree isn't there. There's some little shrubs in there, that's what she's talking about, right?
It's the aerial rendering, Sashi.
Oh,
So this
okay.
needs to be bigger, right?
Yeah, the renderings were for the building mostly. They haven't been updated yet with the landscaping.
It's all yours, I
Because
didn't
we're
get
working on it.
Yeah.
Okay. So then definitely I would want to see a taller tree in the front if that, especially if that's not there. And maybe two, so. Good.
Yeah, we have no problem. We have 2 large trees and I think there's 4 understory trees and an evergreen. But we can switch those out for 2 trees if you prefer that.
It looks like that stormwater takes up about close to a half of the area of that circle, is that right? So
Yeah, it does.
if you can see the dashed line there. So the roots can't go into that system. So it's not just the plant thing, it's the growth of the roots too. You have to be mindful of that.
Like one of the most successful like rain garden stormwater, and I've said it before, is at the library. That is a very successful.
Unfortunately, this is the structure underneath.
Yeah.
But I agree with you about the rainwater gardening.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And it's a mix of birch and
All right, well, that's.
Just to come back to building height, looking through what's in this presentation, Cheryl was closest to correct, 22 feet. 22 feet is the top of ridge. And that's consistent through all of these sections. So if you call whatever, building elevation was 134, first floor, 134, plus 22 gets you to top of ridge.
Plus the 14 from Highland to the front door, or 13, right?
Yeah.
So we're like 35.
So it's 13 plus 22.
Yeah.
So it's a 45 foot. You're looking from Highland to the top of the ridge.
35.
About 35, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't forget, I mean, they could do a flat roof at like 14 and a half, but would everybody want that?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not saying
no.
that. I'm just skeptical that all this vegetation is going to grow in the little 10 feet of wetlands from the wall into the wetlands. And they're not going to wind up that big, so what you're going to see from the road is a lot more building.
Correct.
So to Maggie's point, if you make the circle a little bit bigger, and what Meredith was saying, maybe it takes the focal
wondering,
point away.
Though, whether because of that stormwater system underneath that you're going to have to rely a bit more on the side of the roadway for some of that than you are that circle. To be realistic about what can grow there.
But if the stuff on the side of the roadway actually grows, because it's very, very wet up to the wall, the way I understand it. So that
the other thing to keep in mind is that portion of the building is over 150 feet from the edge of the road. So it's a long way in. Most buildings in Milton are set back 30 feet.
Right.
This is set back 4 or 5 times that, and that building will fade away.
What you're going to really see is that pavement and that sidewalk and the lighting and the railing. It's almost like it'd be nice to see something besides asphalt for some distance in, because that's what you're going to see.
Yeah. And the driveway's a straight shot, which I totally get because you're minimizing the impacts of the wetland. But if, it had a curve in it, then you wouldn't, see straight up and see the building.
No, you're not seeing straight up the building, though, because you're seeing the roadway continue up.
Yeah.
The building's towards the left, right?
And that was the only other thing on that, your point that you were thinking more of a concrete sidewalk?
Concrete sidewalk, but I mean, maybe even you could do some pavers, like concrete pavers or something at the entrance, just, cobbles are used, but something to kind of get you in to a certain distance and then switch to asphalt just to have a little nicer appearance. I really think that's going to be what you see the up closest, that landscaping, those initial materials, the sign, the lighting. And I did want to get to the lighting because I wanted to talk about how high these poles are and what it's going to feel like and how bright it's going to be, and et cetera, because that's what you're going to see most immediately.
I would agree, and I love the idea of doing a cobble sort of a apron when you come in, and then I would say a granite curbing.
They have granite curbing, yep.
Is granite on there? Is it granite curbing on there?
That's what it's called for on this section that I was looking at, C505.
Okay, that's, I just wanted to double check that.
Yeah.
And that's what, like, I appreciate all the sensory gardens for the residents, but the impact to the neighbors, and the neighbors won't see that. So I think more time and effort has to be put in to minimize the impact on the neighborhood. You know, having those sensory gardens are great, but that's for your own, you know, your own business. It's a business, so that's your business model. But I want to decrease the impacts on the neighborhood.
I don't think we should forget or neglect the abutter Winter Valley to the left of this plan, where this parking is, you know, headlights are going to be facing towards them, and it doesn't look like there's a lot intense landscaping there. So I don't know what the existing tree.
Leaving that alone, they've got their own project on the other side of the fence that's doing the same thing that we're doing.
Well, they have their own project, but your landscape buffer for a big parking lot like this is in our zoning when we're looking at how you design parking lots, large parking lots, right? So what are the trees or the green circles that you show here, Sashi? Sorry.
Along the parking lot,
Yes.
we have
Snow storage?
There's the landscape plan.
red maple,
There's a couple of them.
and I believe they're
That,
red
and then the
maples
back of this one
and
the next
oaks.
one.
And then we have some shrubs within there as well. And we have one white pine.
And within
Oh,
between.
crazy here because it seemed like there was a road on the other side of the other side of the woods. So we didn't really invest a whole lot there because it seemed like there was other hardscape on their side that was kind of reflective of what we had here. And I didn't see a whole lot of buffering on that portion. But
Their new project has a parking lot on the other side of that wall.
I'm fully aware of that because we permitted it.
Right.
But, you know, we do have wildlife in this area. That's a 100% affordable housing project at 30 to 50% AMI. Their budget is reflective of that kind of price point. And their funding didn't allow for landscaping to be included in their HUD funding when they came to us, so we talked about that. So, you know, I think we shouldn't say that just because they're building a parking lot, we don't have to worry about what we're doing on this parcel in terms of landscaping on that part of the property.
no, not at all. But this is pretty typical for what we would put in a parking lot like this, where we were, even one that was in more intensive area with more people around it. This is pretty reflective of a typical planting where you're going to have snow removal and things like that happening around it. So we felt like it was on the generous side, but we can take a look at it. That's not the case.
Maybe look at.
I think if, I'm not sure about material, but if you could think about something that's provide some protection from headlights in the wintertime, whether, I'm not sure what, I'm not going to pretend to be a landscape architect and suggest any plant material, but if you think about some plant material in there in between the trees, you know, something lower, I think that would be beneficial.
And my concern is just also the arborvitaes and the rhododendrons. You know, there's significant wildlife back there, Cheryl mentioned, including deer. And even though the green giants are deer resistant, they're not deer proof. And I've lost several green giants this past winter, more than several, to deer damage. So, and as you know, the deer will eat the bottom 6 feet. So even if you're starting with a 10 to 12 footer, I would assume that probably in the first year or two, the bottom 6 feet will be gone. So even though they're fast growing, you just have to be careful of that.
Yeah, that's why we really didn't want to do, a solid wall of one plant material. We're trying to go for a diverse range and a density.
I think if you think about how you filled in on the south towards the Picardy property, you could fill in a little bit over here in this parking lot, and that would do it.
There are, in one of the other plans, there's 3 identified snow storage areas. So even if you account for the 3 identified snow storage areas, there's 4 gaps that I think what you're talking about would be the gaps. So those are the areas that you can still have your snow storage and address what your concern is, Cheryl.
Right.
We'll look at that.
Yeah.
We get credit for every tree that gets planted.
That's right. And that's what I just was going to, again, I know you're it's sort of a no touch, you're leaving the area on Highland Street mostly alone, but I'm wondering if you could take advantage of some of the upland closer to Highland Street to plant some taller trees there. Take advantage, again, of those upland areas. And I don't see any new trees being added along close to the Highland Street up in the drier areas, which, again, some taller trees there would be really nice to add.
One of the things we'd have to understand is a pretty significant slope right down from the edge of Highland Street to the wetland. And so the opportunity to plant part of that is driven by,
Absolutely.
the sloping.
But if there are any opportunities, 6 or 7 large trees, I think it would just make a tremendous amount of difference, if possible, to put those in.
It may be on the plan somewhere, the different variety of heights, Sashi, but it would be, is it identified?
Yeah.
So can you see the quantities? I can't read that. It's
Table here too.
Yeah, it's small.
I'll take another look at that.
Well, these are.
Well, they range in height from 4 feet to the largest is 12 feet. But
We're 4-inch caliper.
for the 4 inches, 20 feet.
Yeah.
20 feet.
Yeah.
And the London plane's a fast grower.
I guess, it'd be good to know what percentage of trees are what height. If 50% of them are a 14-foot height, it would be helpful just to know that.
We should be able to break down.
9 trees are 20 feet. All the other is between 4 and 14. So of the 150, 9 trees are 20 feet or more.
Yeah,
There's no 4 feet height trees. There's only
they're
4
shrubs.
foot shrubs. Yeah, we have 5 foot high shrubs and things like that.
Yeah, I trust Maggie's judgment. This is what you do, but in terms of height of tree and visibility of the site and what we'd all hope for, I guess, when I was in my 30s, I was okay with shorter height trees, but at my age, I'm a lot less inclined to want to plant a 7 or an 8-foot tree. So I'd be in support of bigger trees.
Yeah, and I'm looking just to the right of the doorway behind the flagpole. That looks like the same species. Maybe that's an opportunity for a taller tree too, which would, again, I'm just thinking of a lot of asphalt roofing, that would sort of hide some of that as a possibility for a taller tree.
I mean, that is a tall tree.
What is the variety of that? Sorry.
The sweet gum.
That's the same as the others. Yeah.
It's a beautiful tree.
All right, that's
Especially if it's variegated. If you get the variegated one,
no,
that's
they're
very
beautiful.
pretty.
I'm not questioning.
And
it's
as long as you don't get the
And it has
berry.
a great shape. It's a really beautiful shape.
Yeah. No, that's probably a good place for that. All right. So that's good. I think if you come back with some of those ideas and suggestions, that would be great. It makes sense to probably talk about lighting just tonight to get that
Sure.
discussed while we have our architects
Can I ask one more
Yeah.
question?
Yeah.
That we've already previously discussed it, and this is probably inconsistent with the direction we're going. I think the direction we're going is we're asking for more improvements, right? But you took out 2,000 square feet, something like that, out of the building. And I guess one of the things I'd like to understand, is there anything in that 2,000 square feet that you took out that could be really nice for your residents that you'd rather not take out? You know, I heard in the description earlier that you even referenced a sunroom that you took out of the space. And I think for all of our responsibility to do the right thing in terms of the project, I don't think any of us are going to feel good if we take something out that, you know, ultimately the residents could benefit from, and all we saved was 400 square feet.
Rebecca, do you want to start with that?
Sure.
I'm sorry, Sean, before we go there, can we see the photos that Sashi had of the plant materials?
Sure. Yeah.
Because she had them up and then she went back to this,
Yeah, I
but if
apologize.
we could just
Sure.
see that before she
Yeah.
stops her screen share?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I had presented these before, but I just threw them in so that people could get a sense of what we were looking at using. You know, majority native, variety of evergreens, so different textures, different shapes, different forms that you're going to get, which I feel is interesting and provides additional screening. This isn't showing every plant that we're specifying, but it shows the ones where we've repeated them often. So I really like a combination of a canopy tree with an understory tree and then shrub material. So I've used a lot of the red buds and amelanchier and fringe tree. Some things for winter interest with the witch hazel. And then some things that we don't have in Maine that I'm looking at are some of these other bayberry and winterberry is beautiful in the wintertime. And, you know, this stuff will all be visible for the residents of Highland Ave and anyone driving by.
One has to stay open, right?
Seeing through.
Isn't that one open?
Beautiful material. Those are really,
Yeah, and they are very nice, and I love them, but they're all deciduous, and so they don't provide screening in the wintertime.
That's why we have this large palette.
Sachi, can you pause for a minute? We have a little bit of a disturbance outside of the room.
Sure.
So what's the ruling? Can we leave it open a crack?
okay.
Crack.
Yeah, all right.
Great.
As long as somebody can get in.
Thanks, Julia.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much. I think this is
I'm sorry,
this is
can
good.
we just see one last look at
Yep.
these? So, what was the tree that we were talking about a lot?
The sweet gum.
Sweet gum, is that in the photo?
I didn't have a photo of that.
Okay, all right, thank you. It's great.
Want me to stop sharing now?
Has a pretty branching structure, like it's interesting.
I appreciate all the photos, so thank you.
Great. All right.
So back to the question about the sunroom. Sorry, Sean, I just wanted to be able to see those.
I just heard that, but I guess my general question is something removed that could be a beneficial component to the residents, and is it worth doing that?
I can talk about that a little bit. So when we met with Northbridge and started talking about potential areas where we could reduce the building, they reached out to a lot of their other communities and talked about the sunroom. And, sorry, I didn't realize my video wasn't on. And I'm going to share my screen because I think that will be easier. So right now I have pulled up a floor plan showing where those sunrooms were located in each neighborhood. And they had a lot of conversations with their other communities, and they learned that they're really not used that often. So what that allowed us to do by getting rid of these sun porches we were able to then pull the buildings in. Because these dining rooms were actually, and the living room was very large. So once we got rid of these sun porches, it then allowed us to pull the building in and still get a lot of windows on the exterior walls of the living rooms and dining rooms, which we couldn't do before with the sunrooms in the way. So Northbridge felt very comfortable that this would not be a negative impact on the residents by doing that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And are the dining rooms used often
Yes.
there?
Used for dining, used for programming, used for a whole host of things.
Yeah, yeah, because my family members who are in assisted living, they don't use the dining room very often.
This is more of like a,
What?
at least in Newburyport, it's more of like a great room that flows into a room with a fireplace and couches. It's all open. It's not a typical closed wall dining room.
Okay. Great. All right, and you wanted to talk about lighting a little bit. Well, it makes sense to talk about it, I think, in this context tonight, if we can.
Right, so I was looking back nearly a year to the day ago, you came to us and I provided some notes at that time about the lighting. And so dark sky compliant was something we spoke about, and how tall the poles are for the lighting was another thing we spoke about. So I was looking at the materials that you just submitted and see that most of the poles that are for the drive and for the parking lots are 14 to 16 to 18 feet tall. And some of them have a lumen output of like 7,400, which is a lot. So I'm wondering, and then even looking at the foot candle levels, I'm wondering if you've got this thing pared down to the lowest that it can be for safety purposes, because I am very cognizant of all the street lighting there is associated with the hospital, with Winter Valley, and we want to keep this. We don't want this to be any more than it needs to be. We don't want it to be unsafe either, obviously. But we've looked at this kind of thing before, most recently probably with the Goddard School, and we were able to get their lighting designer to kind of pare it back. And so I'd like for you to take a look at that again, and whether, I know if you go lower, you might need more fixtures, so that's something to think about. But you know, having something 16 to 18 feet tall right as you're coming in, I think also is a little more institutional looking than something if you can bring the height down, and maybe if you need to go taller. I went back and looked at the Winter Valley. I think they're at 14 feet on their parking lot. But, you know, so again, sort of thinking about what it looks like coming up from Highland. And then I was also wondering whether there's adequate light at the crosswalk, because if someone is using this, you know, 4 o'clock in the winter, and we're hoping some people who work here might take public transit, right? Then they're gonna need a safe crossing here. So whether there's and maybe there is, because there's a street light not too far away. I went to look and took a look today, but I just want you to take a look at that, or have the lighting designer take a look at that. And then another really important thing are the controls. We were able to, again, on the Goddard School, to have controls put in. We spoke about this before, about whether you needed that upper parking lot at night when you're not having visitors. So if you didn't have to have those lights on at all on that upper parking lot, that would be
parking lot in the rear.
In the rear.
Yeah,
I call it. It may not even be upper. I kind of
said the lights off for the third shift.
We've committed to lights off for the third shift completely. That, you know, first and second, obviously first and second shift will be using some of those spaces back there, but the third shift is small enough where they'll all be parked in front of the building, and the lights will go out to the rear for the third shift.
Okay,
So I would like to see the 10 to 12 feet poles, and I think the only reason why we did 14 at Winter Valley is because that's what they had in other locations. We typically would do something that would be a smaller height. Again,
they're going to need more of them, so we want to take a look and see how that gets distributed, because whether you can have it only on one side versus two sides is something to think about.
Right.
But back on the controls, if I may, too, like a time clock, or sensors, and all those bollards that are ringing around, sensors too, because otherwise the place will look lit up for the neighbors. And then I imagine it's that back parking lot. That's the only place that you can really kind of go dark. But there are 4 lights, pole lights right now, and those are amongst the brightest. To have one pole light one half of that parking lot, that's a pretty bright fixture, right? So I think even if we brought those down and brought the lumens down, and you had 2 there on each side, even when they are on at 4 o'clock, because that would be still when they're on, right? It wouldn't be so bright. So controls.
Be on till about 11 o'clock.
But they don't have to be on full tilt until 11 o'clock. They can be dimmed down. If it's not visitors, if it's staff and they're not coming and going, they're coming at one time and then they're leaving at one time. There's not a lot of activity in between. It can drop down, right? So there's a lot that can be done with controls, and I think having a sophisticated control package would be beneficial.
great. So I think that's a good place for us to pause for tonight. We have some neighbors I know and some folks maybe in the audience who would like to speak. And you all, if you could stick around in case there's any questions, that would be great for a little bit.
Happy to stick around. Do you want to wait till after to discuss how we wrap up next in the next meeting?
If we can, I feel like we had a lot of questions that are outstanding tonight. I know you would like to.
Well, we will respond as quickly as we can to what remaining. Our intent is to ask the board to, after the 28th, to prepare to close the hearing and to render a decision in April. We know that the town election is here, and you are up for re-election, and we're close to having presented everything we can. We've got nits and nats and responses to do, but our intent is to ask the board to close the hearing as soon as we can. Okay.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's good. And Dan, would you like to come and join us? Yeah, Dan. Introduce you. Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. For the record, my name is Dan Hill. I'm a land use attorney, and I represent the neighbors on Spafford Road. I have a couple questions first, and then I have a few comments. I did send a letter late in the day today, and certainly didn't expect anybody to have time to read it, but just summarizing our current comments on the current plans excuse me, that were filed last Saturday, as well as the plans that were filed in February. First on process, a lot of us are just kind of curious. I understand tonight was really dedicated towards landscaping and architecture. And Ned was just proposing that the hearing be closed next time. But has there been, or will there be any discussion about all the hydrology issues that have been raised, at least by us, in this project? I mean, we feel there's still a lot of outstanding issues and concerns with the hydrology of the site. We submitted a couple comment letters from John Chesia, a civil engineer, and Scott Horsley, a hydrologist. And I summarized what I think are some of the biggest issues of hydrology in my letter this afternoon. So is that going to be on the agenda for a future meeting, or?
I can answer that. The answer is no.
Hold on. Well, just a second. I know. Yeah. No, I think we are assimilating a lot of information right now. We have heard from our consultants. We know right now we're waiting on the DEP to speak. We have not discussed it as a board on how if we feel like we have enough information, or if we feel like we would like to ask for more information. So we will have the discussion on how the board feels moving forward. If we have we have a peer review consultant as well who's been looking at this.
Okay, I mean, I don't need to talk about it tonight, and
Yeah.
probably it's not a good
Yep.
time to talk
No,
about
we will.
stormwater.
Yeah, I certainly would ask the board if they have any interest in any other questions that they feel are outstanding. But we know it's an important issue.
So if this was going to be on the agenda at a future meeting, I'd be happy to bring John to the meeting or have him dial in by Zoom, because he can speak a lot more intelligently about these issues than I can.
Yeah.
But this project is currently before DEP, but there's no end in sight. I mean, that could take months, and it wouldn't be fair to the applicant to keep the hearing open while you're waiting for DEP. But one of the major issues, just to lay this out there, is that the applicant is relying on a subsurface infiltration system to what's called attenuate peak discharge rates, peak flows, and that is by DEP's own standards not allowed. And DEP, 3 weeks ago, issued a letter to the developer of the 40B project on Canton Ave, specifically saying they cannot use the subsurface infiltration system for peak rate attenuation. So this project does do that, and that would presumably would apply to this project as well as to the Canton Ave 40B project. And there's like 4 or 5 other issues that we raised in our letters that we feel are pretty clear violations of the state stormwater standards. And again, the state stormwater standards are incorporated into your bylaw. One of the findings you need to make is that this project meets the state and town stormwater bylaw and standards as part of this process.
Can I just ask, have you provided your letter to DEP?
We have. Yeah, we actually appealed.
I assume your communications, and that's your...
So my clients appealed the order of conditions that was issued by the
Right.
Conservation Commission. We submitted what's called a request for superseding order.
Right.
And in that request, we laid out all of the deficiencies that we saw through John Chesia. It's his technical expertise.
So the DEP looks at hydrology as well as conservation? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because
your appeal?
We appealed the Conservation Commission's order, and then DEP will then take a fresh look at everything and make a decision whether it complies with the state standards. There's also an appeal from the local bylaw. So the commission issued a decision under both the state act and the local bylaw.
And that decision is, you're saying, months away?
I think so, yeah. I mean, typically what happens is that the DEP analyst will issue what's called a request for information from the developer. That actually hasn't happened yet. That happened on this project and the 40B project and Canton Ave are sort of happening along the same parallel tracks. And this project hasn't received that request yet from the agent, Pam Merrill. There was a site visit. In fact, some of us were there at the site visit, but so.
Okay.
Just on a couple of quick questions. The trees that were shown on the landscaping plan as being along the driveway, a lot of those are in the wetland. I was just curious, has this landscape plan been vetted and approved by the Conservation Commission with all these tall trees in the wetland areas?
Not that I...
No, we're through the Conservation Commission.
So they did see this plan? They know about all those trees?
They saw plans associated with that. I can't tell you specifically, what they saw relative to what you're seeing from a landscaping perspective.
Okay.
They approved a invasive species removal plan.
But no planting plan.
But that's different from because there's a lot of trees.
Planting plan was left to this board to address.
And Conservation Commission specifically said that?
No,
No.
the issues of plantings was not particularly addressed with the
I'm
Conservation.
only seeing one tree technically over the edge, which we can certainly shift if it's going to be an issue. We have no problem doing that.
Okay. Well, almost all of them are within the 25
If
foot.
that's an issue, that's properly before DEP, it's not before this board.
Well, it would go back to the commission if it's under the bylaw, which it's within the 25 foot no touch. but not before this board.
Meredith, can we have Dan run through his issues without a counterpunch?
Yeah, that's-
For,
just-
thank you.
I'm sorry. The site sections that were provided, I think they were provided in February, show a significant portion of the building being essentially under the water table. That, based upon my non-technical review of these site sections, it looks like up to 10 feet below the seasonal high groundwater levels. That's pretty concerning because it's not just unoccupied space like a parking garage. These are actual units and dining rooms and so forth that are under the water table. And I guess I'm just curious whether the applicant has explained how they're planning to prevent this building from getting inundated or preventing water from going into the building. I know there's techniques can be used, but one of the techniques that's pretty common with these types of situations is dewatering, essentially draining the water away from the foundation so it doesn't get into the foundation. And so I guess that's the question is, has the applicant thought about or has the applicant explained to you how they plan on keeping the water away from the foundation?
Would you like that answered now, or are we going to keep going?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So I guess I would if you would like to discuss it, and our engineer.
Yeah, I would view that as a building code issue. So it's integral to the building inspector's purview. I mean, you're talking about protection of interior spaces. So there is provisions within the plumbing code and within the building code for dealing with perimeter drains.
So would we be just kicking the problem down the road? Like if a project was approved, but then we would end up putting it into the building commissioner's?
No, this is expensive, high-value space. I would trust the professionals that they have to adequately protect the space that they're investing all their money in. We can certainly look at it, but having a foundation that extends partly into the seasonal high groundwater table is not atypical, and it's relatively easy to remedy by just a cutoff drain.
You're going to have to build it, though, to potentially resist hydrostatic pressure, no?
No, not necessarily, because a cutoff drain, what it does is it locally lowers the groundwater table.
And then where's the water going that it's collecting?
Well, initially it gets drained out during the course of excavation. So when you're excavating the hole for your foundation, that area gets dewatered. When you construct the foundation and install a drain, any water that tries to get up into that space is just rerouted to a different location.
But I think, as an architect, when we design a building and we want to collect water at the foundation, that pipe has to connect to something. That water that it collects has to go somewhere, right?
Yeah, daylight, yes.
So I think that's the question, right? Where's it going?
Where's the water go? And does the dewatering contradict the policy goal of recharging, right? So the project has to recharge. So it's not just a building code issue, it's a Wetland Protection Act issue. Under Standard 3, this project has to recharge a minimum amount of water. And it's actually not, and that's one of the comments we made, is that 65% of the impervious surface has to be recharged, and only 45% of the impervious areas are being recharged already. A lot of the water is just going to be put into the wetland and the stream directly. So that's already a concern. So if we're now going to dewater the site around the building is obviously a very large footprint. So if we're dewatering that whole area, I think that needs to be evaluated.
And I would expect that DEP is evaluating that.
I wouldn't assume so.
They would not. Okay.
And the recharge standard is addressed very prescriptively in the stormwater standards, and the client has met those standards, or the applicant has met those standards.
The recharge requirements?
Yes.
But they're not recharging 65% of the impervious areas.
There's a calculation. It's not based on percentage of coverage. It's based on depth. So it's a volume required to recharge, not an area required to recharge. So I don't know what you're referring to, but we've reviewed it. They've done the required calculations. All the recent changes reduce the amount of impervious area, so none of the changes would result in a higher recharge requirement. So our presumption is that they're still meeting that standard.
So if
you want an update on the stormwater?
So Paul, can I just ask this question then to you is, if when the building design gets advanced further and foundation drains are in fact put into the plans, does that come back to any approval body other than the building official who's issuing building permits? In other words, where does the water go if foundation drains are shown?
So typically, the foundation drains will be designed by the foundation engineer, and the site civil will pick them up and route them to discharge to the surface, which is what we're anticipating. The actual foundation hasn't been designed yet because we haven't advanced the building that far, but those are the provisions that we provided, and it's common.
But
So,
in your experience, Paul, on a site like this where you're cutting into the slope and you're cutting into the water table, you would be expecting to see foundation drains here, correct?
Correct. Yep. And foundation drains are almost every building we ever do. So there's nothing unique about foundation drains. But I mean, we've put buildings into the side hills over the years, and you provide the adequate drainage behind it. It's part of the foundation design, and the structural foundation engineers coordinate with the civil to figure out how to connect it into other systems and discharge it.
So what system would that connect into here?
It would either have its own dedicated outfall, or it would connect into one of the storm drain systems running around the perimeter. Usually what we do is we'd have a dedicated one, because you don't want to create the opportunity where surface water might intermix with them, so we usually try to keep them separate.
And have you thought about where that might go here?
What's that?
And have you thought about where that might go here?
Yep. It would probably be an outfall down somewhere in the service area, because that's the low part of the site.
The what?
The service area.
Down the service area. So, as an update, we are still, reworking the drainage, and, most of these issues that Mr. Hill raised are not going to apply anymore. So, we have listened to the comments that were raised, and we're approaching completion of an updated stormwater plan that demonstrates full compliance with the DEP and also addresses the concerns that were raised by the appeal. So, the conditions that we just heard about a few minutes ago, those don't apply anymore.
And this board doesn't have the jurisdiction or the expertise to evaluate all that. That's for DEP.
But we have a consultant who can review this updated stormwater plan, right?
So,
We have peer review consultant? Sure. Okay.
Is there
And we also understand common sense.
This is
Like, it's, don't.
We're before you to comply with zoning.
Yeah, I understand, but don't, insult us. We have common sense.
I am not insulting. I am here to argue.
All right. Well,
we need to be compliant with zoning.
correct.
Stormwater is before DEP.
Great. And it's good to have the answers for, Dan, this is to answer your questions right now. This is your time, so.
So, and just to remind the applicant that Section 9 of the bylaw specifically states that the project shall comply with the Town of Milton Stormwater Bylaw and the state stormwater standards. So,
Which has been determined to be compliant both by this board's expert and by the Conservation Commission.
Which is on appeal.
Right.
Which is on appeal.
And it's being changed. And it's being changed, so.
This board.
It does sound like there's
doesn't
some.
have the jurisdiction to make
We're-
specific determinations about whether or not we are compliant with stormwater.
We can agree to disagree on that. I don't agree with that, but can I just ask, what's the timing of the changes? Are we expecting them in the next month or 3 months or?
The next 2 to 4 days, Paul?
That's about right. I'd say
Commission going in first.
week to 10 days, yeah.
Okay.
So we were not aware, this board was not aware that there are changes to the drainage system. And I understand why this is happening with the change of the building, but I would like for to have our peer reviewer, and obviously DEP will be weighing in on it, but to have our consultant review any of those changes as well and give a report. So if you can just send.
We will share that.
Everybody circulate those copies once you have it. And you should receive also a copy.
That's been great about copying us, so thank you.
I've been great about copying. Sometimes I don't get copied.
Yeah, good, okay. All right.
And so has the town done a capacity analysis on the town side? So we know that any project can be built. Like this day and age, any project can be built, it just takes money. And so I'm confident that they will probably be able to, build a project. But then what happens to the neighbors down the road? You know, the building will be built, and then the neighbors have to deal with all the issues. So who's going to be dealing with the neighbors a year, 10 years, 20 years down the road? So has the town DPW, have you reached out to town DPW to see if if our infrastructure can handle this on Highland Street?
So the beauty of the stormwater standards is the requirement that your post-development runoff has to be either equal to or less than your pre-development runoff.
Yeah.
So the premise of the standards are, okay, well, you design all this stormwater mitigation so that you're stressing the system less than when you started. So that obviates why you're having to sort of investigate into those capacity issues. Now, if we had a sewer connection that we were concerned about, that would be different because we've got new flow going into the sewer. The town has been pretty clear that they've got adequate capacity on that side. But on the stormwater side, the standards address that because what they say is, well, we're only going to be putting less downstream than what currently exists.
The town engineer issued an opinion in that regard about 3 months ago. That's part of the work.
And didn't we hear the opposite for MBTA zoning, that we don't have a water capacity issue, we have a sewer issue? But didn't somebody talk about that recently at one of our
I think it
MBTA
depends
things?
where.
Yeah.
It was a
Right.
sewer
I
issue.
would think so.
Yes.
Sean, and just that, I wanted to confirm, the post-development, should that testing be done annually for the runoff discharge, to ensure that there's not?
Well, there's an operation and maintenance plan that's submitted as part of the applicant's submittal to the Conservation Commission. So there's a document of all their maintenance obligations.
Okay.
There's really no testing because stormwater is very mercurial. It's,
Right.
we use a bunch of things called 2, 10, and 100-year design storms. They're not real storms. They're just sort of statistical events that we use for normalizing analysis. So stormwater is almost impossible to test
More
for.
the maintenance of the systems.
Yeah, but they have a condition of approval in their Conservation Commission, and you can probably have the same approval that they have to maintain according to their operation and maintenance plan.
Okay, great. Okay.
So did you take into account that water, I'm sorry, not you, but when you design the building, you're going to excavate, you're going to find water, you're going to set up a perimeter drain, the water's going to dump somewhere. Was that taken into account in the last time we talked about weirs and mounding and the big system underneath the parking lot?
Yep.
All that water is now, has that been calculated?
Yeah, but just keep in mind they're two different things. One's groundwater and one's runoff, stormwater. So the big thing that we civil engineers want to we worry about is, as it rains, that water has to get where it's going to go.
Runoff.
That's runoff, right? So that's 95% of our concern.
Okay.
The groundwater is water that's already got into the ground and is now moving through the ground at a much more slow rate. Like, for example, fast groundwater moves at about a foot a day.
But in this case, it won't because it's going to go into some kind of an ejector pump and get forced somewhere, right?
No, what happens is when you put a drain in around a foundation, it lowers that table, and it sort of creates a new shape to the groundwater table. It's very slow acting. It's not reactive to a storm event because it's sort of maintaining a status quo. So it's really, you never see a large discharge from an underdrain because it's only letting a little bit of water in at a time.
It's 10 feet below the water table, which is what this gentleman just said.
But what happens is it's only 10 feet below the water table at the time that you start. When you lower that water table, that water's all gone. Now you're just maintaining the status quo, which is the water coming up from the ground below it.
At a new water table level, right?
Yeah, at a lower level.
So it hits the pipe and goes somewhere, right?
Yes.
Into another wetland or something?
Either in another wetland or
like you said, right?
Exactly. Yep. So, like for example, when you're dewatering for a trench, if you're building a trench in the street, for the first 3 or 4 days, you have a lot of water that you're getting rid of because what you're doing is you're taking all that volume that is coming into your trench and getting rid of it. Once you get rid of all that volume, you're only dealing with the water that's now coming up from the bottom, which is at a much slower rate and only very infrequently.
And Milton has a high water table, so we run into this all the time at the nursery. And when we go and plant for people, we have a very high water table. And so our problem is our trees die of wet feet more than lack of water. So we have to build up the soils at the nursery and also then at people's homes because the water table is so high. And so then we have all this rain. So if you go out to the fields today, all the trees are popping out of the ground because the water table is so high. It's a big problem. It's a huge problem.
It's a big problem to have your building foundation sitting in unstable soils if it's sitting in water.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's why on the seaport they have piles, right? So if it's in this situation where it's not going to require piles, it's going to require that foundation drainage to keep the foundation from wanting to move, whether it be settle or otherwise.
And you also want to be careful too, when you're referring to groundwater. So usually when you see a line on a plan, that a civil plan is drawn, it's estimated seasonal high groundwater. So what that is that's the highest you expect to see groundwater during the course of the year. So during most of the year, it's at a much lower elevation, sometimes 3-4 feet, depending on the soils.
Yeah, but we're talking about global warming and the 100-year storms that are now coming every 10 and 15 years. So that, I mean, in my mind, that water table would be higher. I'm not a geologist. I don't want to.
Yeah, again, difference between stormwater and groundwater. The groundwater is still going to.
Groundwater is constant, right? It's constantly coming up, and I get what you say. It's going to go away, but eventually, when you backfill and you set your drainage, it's going to come back in.
Yeah, it doesn't always go away.
I don't buy the go away thing, and I just wonder where it goes. Like, does it go into an ejector pump and then get pumped into something, or does it just?
All right, let's visualize a bathtub set in the ground.
I get it. Right? Where does it go? Does it go in a wetland?
It'll yes, because
by daylight, right? Gravity fed just goes in a wetland.
Because that's where it's trending. So as it moves, it's moving through the soil to the wetland. So in this case, they install a cutoff drain that takes it from around their building and moves it to the wetland.
And the DEP's okay with that? They know about this? And
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, fine.
Actually, I think foundation drains are required in building code, so this is absolutely commonplace.
And because what you said at a former meeting was the amount of water coming onto the site is not more than the amount of water leaving the site. That's still the case here, right?
Correct, but let's distinguish between stormwater, because for stormwater, it's how fast it leaves the site, how much water leaves at the peak. Yeah. So if you're trying to force a fire hose into a small hose, it's not going to work. So you got to throttle it down. Groundwater doesn't work that way. Groundwater is very slow and very flat. But runoff, because like for example, when you take a field and turn it into a parking lot, what you're doing is you're generating a lot more runoff at once. That's what causes sort of downstream issues. That's what causes flooding. That's what causes damage. So it's all that water being generated now, which is running off an impervious surface that used to just sort of fall on a tree or fall on a bush. Most of it goes into the ground. You had much less runoff running off under pre-development conditions. So now what we do is we build ponds or we build infiltration systems that instead of letting that water run off uncontrolled, it holds it on site and releases it at a rate that matches the pre-development condition.
So this water will go into a catch basin of some kind, or
yeah, there's a whole litany of different solutions. Yeah.
But also our soil structures are such it's not we don't have sandy soils. It's very compacted, very clay. So it's very challenging to grow in our soils.
Just in terms of process, so we don't spend too much time talking about something that's really not necessary to talk about right now. And I'm not saying this isn't something important to talk about, but at a point in time, a structural engineer will become responsible for designing the structure of this building, which is the foundation and the balance of the structural elements. The first thing the structural engineer will ask for is a geotechnical report, which includes the hydrology of the site. He has a duty and a responsibility as a licensed engineer to design a structural foundation system that will meet the requirements of not only code, but the conditions of the site. So we can kick this around for another hour.
Good.
Nothing is going to relieve the structural engineer of his responsibility, to design not only in conformance with code, but to also design, to the constraints that the site has. So a lot of projects can end when you reach a point where you can't comply. So we could talk about this for the rest of the evening and probably not make a whole lot of progress. That requirement is always going to remain. It's the responsibility of the design team to meet those requirements.
I think the question is, where does the water go, and if it's been accounted for in the design. So I think if we see Paul's updated plan and Sean gives a peer review of it and Dan has an opportunity to look at it, we'll know more.
Yeah. And we can put that on the 28th if we can. If it sounds like you'll have.
We'll be ready for the 28th.
You'll be ready for the 28th on that. Okay, great.
And then if I could, just one
Yes.
the last issue that I raised in my letter, and what I really want the board to hear is the access concerns that we have. And it's really twofold. We all know this is a really tight site. It's tight because of the wetlands. And so you've got a very narrow, driveway that's sort of snaking between two wetland areas. And we looked at, how safe is this access driveway and the internal traffic circulation? Does it meet code requirements? And it's pretty apparent that this project's driveways do not satisfy at least 3 of the fire prevention code requirements for fire access roads. First being that no part of a building can be more than 150 feet or 150 feet away from a fire access road. This project is it's 250, not 150. That was a typo. This project is 430 feet away from a fire access road on the south side and 390 feet on the north side. This is the project's own plan shows you that. One of the sheets that were provided by the applicant to the board. So that's right there in nonconformity with the state fire code. The second one is the fire code prohibits any fire access road from requiring a fire vehicle, a fire engine or a ladder truck, having to cross over the center line into the opposing lane of travel. And the applicant has provided you with a turning template plan showing that the ladder truck would in fact have to cross the center line and go into the opposite lane of travel on Highland Street when the fire truck is exiting the project right onto Highland. Likewise, when a fire truck turns into the project from the north, so it's turning right into the project, the fire truck would also have to cross the center line of the project's driveway. So these are 2 nonconformities right off the bat with that requirement of the state fire code. And also, by the way, their turning template plan also shows their delivery trucks not able to stay within their lanes. So again, this is another concern for why this site is inappropriate for this project. Nothing against the project. I think everybody agrees the project is a good project. It's worthwhile. This is not the right site for the project, and this is yet another example of the site conditions creating essentially a dangerous or unsafe situation. And then finally, on the topic of traffic, we certainly recognize that the residents of the future residents of this project are not going to be driving, obviously. But the project generates trips. It generates trips from staff, deliveries, and the neighbors on Spafford Road already experience cut-through traffic going to Milton Hospital. They've provided lots of evidence over the course of these hearings. So that we have no reason to believe that that's going to be any different for this project. In fact, it'll probably be exacerbated. The applicant has stated that they'll tell delivery trucks not to use Spafford Road and the other ladder streets, but how realistic is that? Are they really going to be able to prevent the traffic from using those streets? And so what we had suggested several months ago is that either the town or the applicant commission a study looking at this whole network of streets in the Academy Hill area, looking at Reedsdale, the ladder streets, Highland Street, and studying how traffic currently moves around this area and what the impact of this project would be on these streets. This is something that happens all the time. Those of us in the real estate industry know that when you have big projects that are entering an existing neighborhood pattern, it's not uncommon for there to be a study, to take a step back and actually do some planning about this. There may be solutions. There may be a way to perhaps put in turning restrictions or one-way streets, or, none of us are traffic engineers, so we don't know what the solutions are. But you bring in a traffic planning firm and you brainstorm and you figure things out. That hasn't happened here. There hasn't been an adequate process of planning on the impacts of this project on these streets, but we know it's going to happen. And the neighbors, they live it. They live it every day. So again, we would ask that the town, since the town passed the bylaw and the applicant is using the bylaw, that the applicant and the town come together and give us a planning study on these impacts. We asked for this back in October, and we're just going to ask for it again tonight. And I think you mentioned, Madam Chair, that I think you wanted to raise, or you wanted to discuss traffic at a future hearing.
So we have that scheduled for the 28th.
It is the 28th.
Yes.
Great.
So.
I think also the fire chief.
And the fire chief also will be here.
Okay,
so that's
perfect.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
So, yes. Great, thank you. All right, we're getting to 9:30 here. Is there anything that was not said by Mr. Hill that the neighbors would like to address? If it is on traffic, it would be great if I know Minette, you have a presentation, if we could maybe do that on the 28th, I think that would be perfect. Bart, yes.
I have a few
Do you want
slides in response to not traffic, to architecture.
Okay. If it's architecture related, just, yep, and it would be just quick.
Sure, yeah.
Pretty quick.
5 minutes.
Okay. 5 minutes, that's great.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for all your time and everything you do for the town. I'm Bart Hyriza, 11 Spafford Road. I know Josh or Tim, if you wouldn't mind just bringing up, if you have the presentation that I sent you.
I do have your presentation.
And while that's going on, I just wanted to, reiterate something that, make sure everyone understands. The neighbors on Highland and Spafford, had to spend, if I'm not being, vulgar here, a lot of money to appeal with the DEP the design of this project. And, before the case was even heard, in our introductory Zoom meeting on January 30th, what we found out was, as said by the applicant's team to the DEP analyst, we are making a few changes in light of the appeal of items raised in the appeal. So all you hear from Ned Corcoran is we comply. We comply with zoning. We comply with this. We comply with that. But before the appeal was even heard, they took it upon themselves to change specific things that were flagged, which, that costs money, right? So why would you do that if you complied? Why would you, now, and they said we'll provide the drainage calculations the next few weeks. That was January 30th, it's now March 14th. So we're rushing here to close this hearing, and there's so many moving parts. We haven't seen any of these documents. We don't understand, on some of them there's detention ponds, new or old, we're not sure. There's a lot of things that aren't clear. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that. Like if you're so adamant that you comply, then you don't have to go and change all these things. Second, all we've heard from when the zoning article went before town meeting is this is a low impact development. This is a low impact land use. The residents don't drive. It's in the Patriot Ledger from the president of Northbridge. It's in town meeting recordings. The residents don't drive. What we found out later was, the exact same number of beds and units that they have in the Vita of Newburyport generates 288 vehicle trips a day, or about 2,000 a week. So that is a significant volume for streets, and we can talk about that next time. But there are impacts that we're learning that are quite significant, and there are non-compliance issues, as Dan mentioned. And even right now, today, they do not comply with the town bylaw on the 25-foot non-disturbance. Now, some people will say it's minor, but it's there in the zoning that was specifically written for them, they don't comply with. So I just wanted to lead with that. And then just quickly, so I stick to my 5 minutes, if you don't mind, I don't know if it's Josh or, I think it's Josh, yeah, going to this next slide, please. Hopefully you'll have some time later to read all this, but basically what I wanted to flag here is, you all asked some very thoughtful questions, I felt, and reasonable questions over the last few meetings. And if, I assume you've read the responses and you heard, a brief summary of them tonight about in the file called the Earthworks Alternatives. where they respond to things like, well, what about underground parking? What if we move the driveway to the back? So the answer to all of those, there's a theme there, which generally is, well, the wetlands. We have these wetlands constraints. We'll have flooding in our own building, or it costs too much. Or the other one is, well, that would require a reduction in units, and that's non-negotiable, right? We've heard non-negotiable on the reductions of units. Well, I'm here to remind you that Northbridge Companies owns and operates 19 assisted living facilities. If you add up all their units, all their, you look at their websites at their posted numbers, you can pretty quickly arrive at a very large number in revenue. So this isn't a charity, this isn't a not-profit, this is a for-profit, $150 to $200 million revenue generating company. What I would like to show you in the next few minutes is several other facilities that are actually smaller than the one they're planning to build here at sites where they do not have wetlands constraints, where they do not have site access constraints, and make sure that everyone's aware that these have been in operation for years. If 20-25% of their facilities are smaller than the one they're planning to build here, then we're not buying that it's non-negotiable that you need 70 units and 70 beds. All of these problems, a lot of your suggestions become possible if you shrink it down to say what they have in Needham. So if you don't mind, Josh, we can move along to the next slide. So these very quickly kind of reinforce some of the stuff Dan Hill was saying. The zoning that they have to comply with, which they don't, also has a guideline about preserving the topography of the site. Conservation Commission, which I don't believe saw these site sections, because the first time I saw them was a few weeks, the last few weeks. They're supposed to, Conservation Commission said, the water flows downhill, right? Well, if you look at what they're proposing to do, they're proposing to reverse the hill. So that 134 feet at the driveway and 122 feet over here, that's opposite to where the hill is currently. That's, left to right, south to north. A few of these also show the other direction, the back intermittent stream, the topography gets reversed. So there's a lot of changes here to the hydrology which have not been studied. If you don't mind going to the next slide, Josh. The significant portion of the building here that's below the high groundwater area and the foundation drains, we've talked about this in the past and shown you before. Every single one of us here on Spafford and most people along Highland have French drains or some kind of sump pump systems. They are working constantly. Happy to share with you the data of mine. Today they probably did about 500 to 1,000 gallons keeping water away from my foundation. They run constantly. So I appreciate, and Sean's point about groundwater moving slowly, but after a period of time, the water is in the hill and it's just there forever. It goes up a little bit when it rains, it goes down a little bit when it's drier, but it's there always. So this water will be constantly having to be moved from their foundation and it will end up in the wetlands. That's going to raise the water table. The building itself will displace water. These are serious things that could cause issues to the surrounding area. But I want to get to the thrust of it. So the next one here. Oh yeah. So here, I love some of the ideas in the landscape design. I think this has been pointed out, but this is not an accurate depiction of the landscaping because the area to the left and to the right is all wetlands. Their super elevated bridge with the Ready Rock going over the crossings is basically in the non-disturbance zone. So my understanding is you can't plant whatever you want, and non-disturbance, you can't shade it, you can't, you're not supposed to disturb it. So you're really not supposed to be planting, and the trees that exist, and if you look at the plan, they're not proposing to plant anything in the extensive wetlands to the left. So that 10 to 13 foot high retaining wall there, you're going to see that from Highland, and so anything we can do to the screen along Highland Street, I understand there's a pitch going down. Yeah, also keep in mind, I think the wetland bottom's at like 116, 117. Paul may have the number, but anything you plant there is going to be lower than Highland Street, so you're already down a few feet. But this is not what we're going to see. We're not going to see a fully screened on either side. So that's the point I wanted to make here. Next slide, please. Yeah, and then just one final point. One thing that really struck me is their estimated grade and the seasonal high water line are essentially on top of each other. The whole site is wet. And this is not something you see at any of their other facilities. So next slide, please. This is the summary table, and the next few slides have pictures of this. But we went and looked at, not all of them, but at a number of Northbridge facilities. Particularly the first one is Avita of Needham. And that was the one that was mentioned to us by the president of the company and several others, is a really good comp. This is what it should look like. The Avita of Needham, according to the town records, according to the architecture that designed it, 62 units, 70 beds, 49,000 square feet. So that's about 13% smaller than what they're proposing here. There are no wetlands there. It is 300 feet from the road. It backs right up to I-95. So it's a totally different situation. Avita of Wells in Maine is about 48,000 square feet, 60 beds, 70 units. Avita of Stroudwater in Westbrook, Maine, 45,000 square feet. So that one's 22% smaller than what they're saying here. The Carriage House at Lee's Farm in Wayland, which is split between memory care and other assisted living, also 60, right around 60 units and 70 beds. The overall square footage there is slightly higher, but crucially, their first floor footprint is actually significantly smaller. And finally, just as a comparison, because for the traffic section, they referenced the Avita of Newburyport because they're proposing the same number of units and beds, so it's another comp. Even there, they have a smaller first, main floor building or building footprint. So, there is, in our view, there's really no reason other than the business interest of a for-profit corporation to have this many units and this many beds. These places have been in operation for years. Clearly, they're successful. So, I just want everyone to understand that a 15-20% reduction in size makes a lot of the things possible that we've been asking for, and really helps quite a bit with the impervious surface, tremendously. So, in the next few slides, I just want to show you pictures of the differences between what they're proposing here and the site restrictions that we have and what these sites look like. So this is Avita of Needham. This is sort of the evidence that I just summarized. As I said, 70 beds, 62 units, 49,000 square feet, significantly smaller, set very far from the road. Next slide, please. This is what the street looks like as you approach the Avita of Needham. So what you'll notice is, so this is the one that they also pointed is most like ours in the sense that it's in a residential area. The others are in more commercial areas. But you still see a shoulder that you can park a car in. You still see a very wide drive, and you see, the building is just far in the distance. It's not really even there, And so you're not driving through someone's side streets on 20-foot narrow roads, swinging in the other side of the road. So next slide, please. This is Avita of Wells. It's just some more evidence to back up those numbers. We can go to the next slide, please. So this is their entrance. Again, you've got shoulders that you can park cars in. This is State Road 109. So it's one of the busiest roads in the town, as I understand it. You have a very wide turning radius, and your facility is so far back you really can't even see it from the road. Next slide, please. This is the aerial view of it. You can see, fitness centers, churches, activity center, other facilities along this commercial strip, restaurants. Next slide, please. This is the one in Wayland. And again, these are all sort of flat, no significant earthworks, no tens of thousands of square feet of fill that are required because of the wetlands restrict you, and you're trying to force this large building in there. Next slide, please. So this is your entrance in Wayland. And in Wayland, again, it's US State Road 20. You've got restaurants and shops. You've got, I believe, a temple on the left. You have a mosque on the right. So this is one of two main roads in the town of Wayland. Very wide turning radius, completely different situation. Next slide, please. And this is what we have here. This is Highland Street. You have no shoulder. You have telephone poles right on the road. You have no sidewalks for most of it, partial sidewalk on one side. It's actually do not enter on one side. And it's no trucks. So the conditions that we have here compared to other sites that they have, other facilities they have, which are smaller, are significantly different and would warrant, I think, common sense would tell you, what they're trying to do here is just too much to bear relative to what they've done in other places. I would, if you wouldn't mind, 30 seconds, Josh, and wedding pictures for next time, but if you could click on that video for 1 second.
Chair, it's your call if you think we have time.
Yeah, how long is it? The video?
It's short, and you only have to do a few seconds of it.
All right, just a few seconds, and then we do have to move on, because we've got a full agenda.
Sure, understood.
Okay.
And, happy to share this and show this to the fire chief. But this is a weekday afternoon in end of September, beginning of October. This is what we see with traffic backing up on Highland from the Canton Ave intersection. This is a fire truck trying to get past, and if you'll notice, the cars have to go off-road. This truck here, another one coming in, and this is not a safe street to be putting this size of a facility on, and it is really striking when you live here and you.
All right, we're getting into sort of traffic for the next week, so let's. All right, with that, I think we can.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I have no problem waiting for traffic.
Is that okay? Yeah.
I have quite a few some slides on the aesthetics of the property. That it's my understanding tonight's the night.
Okay. Yes, tonight's the night for that. Yes.
Comments, and I'm sorry. I know it's late. As I mentioned, it's just kind of the process.
Yep.
We're at the end.
So right. No, I understand.
Josh, if you could go to 35 on my slideshow, please.
Okay, it'll take me a minute to get to slide 35. Appreciate your patience.
I'll just kind of start. So, saving traffic for next week. My name's Minette Donovan. I live at 16 Spafford Road. Thank you all. Your questions were so on point, and we're grateful that you take such an interest in protecting our neighborhood, because it means a lot to us. I want to remind you all that Phase 2 of the master plan goals and objectives for this town is to preserve and enhance the individual character of each of Milton's neighborhood, including the natural and historic features of each. So that's very important to the aesthetics of this project. Frankly, it doesn't go well at the site. So there should be a lot of effort, as was mentioned tonight, because this doesn't have to be here. This isn't Milton Housing Authority's running the list and there's subsidy in the building and it's for town residents. This is a for-profit developer who is entitled certainly to make a profit, but the fact that it's on wetlands, we should not be bearing the burden of this, the neighborhood. So the article itself indicates that creating an attractive initial view of this site from existing streets and neighborhood properties in harmony with the neighborhood shall be an objective of the overall design. So I would say this is, if you go to the next slide, please, this is what it looks like now. And so we would like to see at some point what it's going to look like when we drive up to the top of Spafford Road. We're seeing these entrance pictures, but we'd like to see as you drive by, when you look to the right, what you see, because it's closest to Highland right at the top of Spafford Road. So we'd like to see what it looks like in terms of a virtual picture of that. And I think it's incumbent on the planning board to ensure that it does, based on this specific article. The next is that the landscaping should provide significant screening when viewed from off-site, evergreen, etc., 20 feet tall, expecting to attain large sizes, and in a manner that will screen the view of the building and parking areas when viewed from off-site. So I know it's wetlands and we can't build in certain places, but that's what this says we need to do. We need to ensure that there's adequate screening. The environmental challenges, next slide please, of this site, thank you, doesn't mean that we're not going to make it safe or we don't need to comply with these things. It means it's not the right site for the project. We still need to consider that. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see what it currently looks like. That's very little natural screening, none. We're going to see this building. That's what it looks like right now at that spot. So we need to see some significant screening that's done safely for the wetlands. Next slide, please. If you see now, this is what we have for screening from the hospital. So we're dealing with this now, and that's what you get. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see what you get at night. And this is much further away from the street than when we go to the top. I think was it 125 feet from Highland, I think, the physical structure itself. It might be closer. Next slide, please. We already covered this. It's a scenic road, so that's what we're looking for in terms of aesthetics, and I believe that's what these requirements of the zoning call for. Next slide, please. And here are some things that we need to take into consideration. The preservation of the stone walls, trees, environmental values, the historical values, scenic and aesthetics characteristics, and public safety. And those are all problems that we will further address next week. Next slide, please. The last thing is thank you for taking our water issues seriously and not kicking it down the road. You've seen video after video of what we live with. Next slide, please. How many in your neighborhood do you get deliveries for sandbags before a storm? Because we do. How many of you have gravel? Walk up Spafford and you'll see a good number of the houses there on our own have gravel that is poured in between the side of the road and our street. So it's a problem. We can't leave anything to kicking it down the road and what might happen and dealing with it then. Please, this is a huge issue for all of us. The DPW needs to clean up debris after a bad storm. And these bad storms, these 100-year storms, if you look, they're coming all the time now. Just look this past year, what we've dealt with. Next slide, please. This is one of the oldest streets in Milton. A bunch of us are getting the plaques for our houses, which we're really excited about. We work hard to restore them in the original character, keeping those old windows, etc. It's not set up. My house is the second on the left. My next door neighbor's there on the first. You know, when these things are, when this street is built in the late 1800s, they can't withstand all of this. This isn't a planned development that took these things into consideration. Next slide, please. And so this is just, as you can see, the side of the road. That's what we get from the water currently. Next slide, please. Just to give you an idea on the right-hand side there. Next slide, please, and then we're concluding. That shows you how actually deep, how deep that is. So it's not, I would say, I would implore you to take extra caution in looking over the water situation as you are, and I thank you for that, and I thank you for all your efforts and long nights, and thank you, Josh.
Great.
Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Minette.
One thing at a time would be next week.
Yep. That's
Sewer, is that next week, next time?
We did it. I talked briefly. We talked about the sewer connection. But did you have a question on that? Because while Sean's, yes, it's good.
Okay. So Teresa O'Brien on 40th Street, Spafford. So I know we even talked before zoning that he was going to try to hook up to Winter Valley. My understanding it's still Spafford Road. I'm concerned, especially everyone talking about sewer tonight, that there's more bathrooms in that facility than on Spafford Road alone. So if our street, if that sewer line was just made for our street and now we're adding even more than our street, what will happen is we'll make sure that, especially where it's right in front of my house, you know. Like, I would prefer, is there anywhere on Highland versus why, then you're gonna like shut off Highland, you're gonna shut off Spafford to do construction. Can you put it on Highland, make them go down to Canton Ave, make them connect to Winter Valley? I don't know how, but.
do you want to address, we talked about the tie-in a little bit last week, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably better the applicant discussed it because my understanding of the situation is, number one, it's coordinated through the DPW, and the DPW works to direct them where the most appropriate place to connect is. The other thing too is this is a pump discharge, so unlike a regular facility that just discharges by gravity, you have your peaks are much lower because you have a big storage vessel that then only pumps out intermittently, so you don't get these big peaks that are usually the problem. So in the scheme of sewer infrastructure, this is not a very big generator. The hospital, by much different situation, or maybe a large multi-family complex, but this is a relatively low generator.
I guess like my concern too is like Highland Lane, the other streets near us, they must have sewer. Like, why can't they just bring sewer onto this development versus?
So we did an analysis on this. If I don't mean to interrupt here, but
yes,
we
Paul,
ran
thanks.
the numbers. The function, how much water you generate doesn't matter how many bathrooms there are. It's based on what the use is and the number of residents, which is what we did it in according with the rules set forth in Title V. And we did the analysis. We inspected the sewer system on Spafford Road and put a report into the DPW. This was over a year ago, and they agreed with our findings that the Spafford Road system has the capacity to support the project.
And to keep in mind too, your sewer is usually, there's a minimum size, usually 8 inches, which is huge for a small residential development. So your chances are that sewer is because of the minimum size criteria is well oversized for the service that
They dug
does.
up our street right when I moved in 12 years ago, and it took a while. So now they're going to dig it up again right in front of my house. Like, yeah, I'd rather it just not hit Spafford. Try to find a different connection or bring it up to, if they create a whole new street, would they have to create their own sewer line versus connect to a different street?
There's an infinite number of solutions. So one thing I will say is this is a force main, so gravity is much lower and much bigger holes, much bigger excavations. So this is a force main that's higher in elevation and it's much smaller, so the construction should be much less.
And also want to talk about the master plan. So a lot in here on the master plan is about helping seniors age in place. And the definition what the CDC defines aging in place is the ability to live in one's own home and community safely. So this isn't necessarily, like if we look at the master plan and everything he highlighted, and affordable, this is not affordable. It's $140,000 a year. Like if you were putting something across the street that was more affordable, I loved how you brought up the point of Winter Valley. Yes. You're charging people $140,000 a year. They can put some trees in that parking lot. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, great. All right, one last comment, and then we need to.
Can I just point out? I was just looking at the as some folks were talking in the standards under site design standards. I'm looking at the warrant, so I don't have the right numbering that's in the zoning code now, but it was H in here. It does call for some trees to be 20 feet tall upon planting. So if you could just take a look at that again, Ned. I don't think it says every tree, and I think Sashi had a good reasons for wanting variation in height, but it is something that is addressed in the standards. So I just wanted to point that out while we.
And we do have some trees that are 20-foot height included.
9. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Welcome. And
again, Gene Irwin, 120 Highland Street, Milton. I think tonight, the first time I've seen a ton of new issues. I mean, if you want to talk about the groundwater behind the building next to Bacardi's, you lower that groundwater, you're going to kill all the Bacardi's trees. There's a big group of trees between the Memory Clinic and Bacardi's that you drop the groundwater 10 feet, they're toast. And I don't think anyone has the right to do that sort of damage to a neighbor. Secondly, there's several ADA compliance issues with this property. When this whole thing started, myself, Ella Wells, Doug Henry, the attorney for the Bacardi's, others, we fought over ADA, and we shouldn't have had to because it's federal law. Well, on September 7th, 2023, ADA came through with a pile more of ADA compliance issues for builders like Northbridge. The ADA is obviously a huge zoning, set of rules. And under Chapter 3, which this falls because it's a private commercial building, Section 5.1000, and this is Title 3, it says the developer, which I heard tonight, cost is no defense. It says that specifically. I say Title 3, Chapter 5.1000. And I say cost is no defense. So the applicant should have done his homework before doing this whole building design. And then there's talk, and I haven't seen the plans yet because I wasn't emailed on it, that they're going to move a bunch of spots temporarily to the hospital. Now the hospital, according to the ADA, would face all kinds of new compliance issues themselves. And I'm not sure they're aware of that, and they may want to consider it before they agree to this plan. When you consider the hospital parking, as I think Cheryl or someone else said earlier, in the wintertime it gets dark around 4 o'clock. And you're going to be asking people, maybe on Christmas, seems like an awful lot of our holidays are during the cold weather months. Thanksgiving, Christmas, Valentine's Day, on and on. Martin Luther King Day, President's Day. So when it gets dark at 4 o'clock, these people are going to cross the street, and as Cheryl said, there is a street light outside the entrance of this memory clinic. The next street light isn't until you get down to the hospital entrance. And the sidewalk between the memory care clinic and the hospital entrance is all pine trees. It's not lit at all. So again, we're creating terrible handicap accessibility issues. The sidewalk, as it goes from the town sidewalk up to the hospital sidewalk, it turns right as you head towards Canton Ave. It jumps up about 3 or 4 feet over the course of about 15, 20 feet. Someone coming from the hospital, a person in a wheelchair, has a great chance of just simply rolling out into traffic. There's no barriers, there's no steps. If you're leaving the memory clinic, and let's say it's pouring rain or something like that, or snow on Christmas or whatever the day is, you have what's called equal facilitation under ADA. Now, when they took away those back spots there by Winter Valley, about, 15 spots, I guess? Now you move those 15 spots over to the hospital. That's not even close to equivalent facilitation. Now someone, instead of walking 150 feet, has to walk about 1,500 feet because wheelchairs, once they get onto the hospital area of the sidewalk, they can't get into the parking. They have to go all the way down to the entrance, and there's no sidewalks on either side of the entrance. Now you're out in the middle of the road where the ambulances and stuff are coming in, and you got to work your way up and all around to get to these parking spaces. The hospital has, when they built the medical office building, the garage, and the hospital itself, their ADA compliance was basically with the idea of traffic near Highland Street. The ADA compliance goes towards the hospital. This ADA compliance needs to go in a 180-degree opposite direction, and it doesn't exist. There's no steps to get down to this hospital area sidewalk. I say there's no lighting. And even when you go back to the bird's eye view of the plan here, where we don't have a drop-off area on this plan that I can see. You have the front door, and about 15 feet to the right, you have a bunch of handicapped vehicle parking spaces. That's not adequate room for a drop-off. So now you have all these delivery trucks, when they want to check in, they're parking on the crosswalk. Again, that's flies in the face of ADA. If you go up to Winter Valley and you look at their sidewalks, and I forget the distances they mentioned tonight, from the front door to the street, and now you even have to go from the front door of the loading dock to the street. That qualifies as a separate street under the Town of Milton bylaws. Every 200 feet, you need to have a 5x5 rest area. If you pull into Winter Valley, you start going up, you'll see the 5-foot sidewalk, and then you'll see a separate slab, 5x5, as a rest area with a park bench on it. Because people with mobility issues, a lot of them can't go more than 100 feet without a lot of stress and strain. So every 200 feet, you need these, and we don't have them. And then, you know, for the sake of a few salamanders in the water out in front of this property, we're going to have a narrow road because we don't want a wide road over the water. So you're going to put people's lives, especially mobility challenged people, over salamanders. And I also heard about that, you know, we're not going to use guide rails because guide rails work. America's been using them for hundreds of years. We're going to use a gravity wall. A gravity wall has no tests that I know of here. I haven't seen any information. You know, when you drive down the highway and you see a gravity wall and there's a giant bank of land behind it, well, sure, if you hit that, you're going to bounce off it. But if I take my Hummer or an SUV, or anyone does, and it's slippery, and you round that corner too hard, you're going to knock one of those gravity blocks right into the wetlands, hitting it on a side impact because there's nothing behind it. In your vehicle, which may weigh 4, 5, 6, 7,000 pounds, I got one that weighs 5, I got one that weighs 6, and I have one that weighs 7. If I slip on the ice, I hit that wall, the car's in the drink. It's going to drop down 12 feet. And I say the ADA especially, when LOL was alive, it was a huge issue. They promised 100% compliance with the ADA. And what they can simply do, because I spoke to the Department of Justice in Washington yesterday, they have an advisory board. And the applicant can simply ask for a certification letter that their plans meet all ADA, and you won't have Gene Irwin up here again. But if they don't, Gene Irwin's going to be up here. And the other thing I asked him to do, because I don't expect the hospital to comply, the memory clinic to comply with any laws. I've seen a phone book full of violations. So I've asked them to send me, which I'm going to hand to you when it arrives, is an 8-page complaint form, because ADA is civil rights, and this town does not want to be accused of discrimination. It may be okay with the memory clinic, but I don't think it's okay for the rest of us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Chair, Nadine Hanna has had her hand raised on the Zoom for quite a while. I don't know if you want to take it.
Oh, you know what? I'm so sorry. We have to end at 10 because we just have so much to do. I apologize, Nadine, but if you can please, join us on the 28th. I would love to hear your comments. So, but we have some things we just have to get to tonight, and it's 10 o'clock. So, my apologies for not having any more speakers this evening. Paul, I don't know if there's anything maybe that you can that you would like to stay on ADA compliance and your policies, but we can continue that discussion next week as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
We can certainly.
Yeah, maybe can we address that maybe on the 28th then? I just didn't know if Paul was here, but if he wanted to discuss something.
He'll be back on the 28th.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So why don't we plan to continue the hearing? If I could have a motion to continue the hearing of 111 Highland to the 28th?
Can I just, before we do that, ask Sean, if that new stormwater report is available in 10 days and our meeting is in 2 weeks, does that give you adequate time to review it? No.
But I'm not expecting there to be too much substantive change because the changes that they've made to the site plan are modest and I doubt they warrant any substantive changes to the stormwater design. So I'll have to see, but I'm not expecting there to be too much that I need to look at.
So I guess I'm wondering, should we invite Sean to attend on the 28th as well?
I would like that if you could be here on the 28th.
We'll get it to him in plenty of time.
Okay.
And I'll review, if I can get a copy of Attorney Hill's letter.
That would be
I'll
great.
review that and make sure if there's anything that needs to be responded to, I'll do the same with that.
Okay, great.
Yep, we'll make sure you get that letter from there. Okay, great. Thank you.
So then I will make a motion to continue the public hearing for 111 Highland Street to March 28th at 7:05.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. All in favor? We're all here. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we will move on, and maybe we can just touch on this briefly. Oh, actually, you know what? Can we let Marion go with 10 Bassett Street, take her next? Marion, if you want to join us, is that okay if we just move her up so we can check that out?
Oh, I had something to change on the Bassett Street. I thought, did I? Why is that?
Marion, I'm 14, I'm sorry, I said 10 Bassett. I'm 1439 Brush Hill Road.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, that was mine.
No, that's, I know I was reading what was in front of me, but that's, yeah, it's 1439, the A&R.
Okay, so.
Give Marion a minute here. Look at that.
She's also on for 10 Bassett Street on the agenda.
Yeah, is that what did you, so, let's start with the A&R real quick, and then 10 Bassett would be probably.
She's doing 10 Bassett?
No, she's not 10 Bassett.
No.
Do you want to do a different order? Doesn't matter to me. I mean, I'm willing to wait.
I don't know.
Okay.
No, we had a.
It's not here.
We didn't have, you're not doing 10 Bassett Street, are you?
No.
Michael
that was.
Modestino is the lawyer. for
That's
10
okay, that's
Bassett
what I was, no, that's.
Michael Modestino, I think.
Yeah, yes, that's what we just, 1439, that's what I was, yeah. It's okay.
Okay. You ready?
Yes.
So I'm Marion McKettrick. I represent Susan and Arthur Murphy. They're the applicants for an approval of an A&R plan for 1439 Brush Hill Road. 1439 Brush Hill Road, we've had one meeting, and then we had a site walk. Almost all the planning board was able to attend, and some neighbors were there. And we discussed a lot. We looked at how the lot would be laid out in relation to the rest of the site. We walked the road and tried to answer questions, but we didn't have discussion because it was just a site walk. And also for that meeting, I brought these plans, and they're not, anyway, I can't show them to you on the screen, but what we did was what we have here is a site that's substantially more than, let's see, 6.64 acres. That's the size of the site that we're talking about. This is the last lot at the end of Avenue A, which is a private way off Brush Hill Road. It's been a private way since it was laid out on a plan in 1912, and called the only subdivision. So this is one of those really old areas of Milton, very interesting area. Some very old houses, some newer, but really unique and sort of treasured because the area is very private. And right next to Avenue A and then Avenue B, which branches off Avenue A, is Hemingway Drive, which is another very old street that runs from Milton into Canton. These are both private ways, and they were once owned by some of the most famous and illustrious, I guess, citizens of Milton and of Canton. So there's a great history, and then before that, there were Indians here. You know, it's fascinating. And many of the people who live in this area really treasure the history. They love the way it looks. They like the privacy. So everybody's very careful about development and what's being done. So neighbors certainly from Canton are taking an interest in this. We've been here before in 2017, discussed the idea of subdividing the lot. With the planning board, they suggested that we go to the Conservation Commission first because the road was in this Avenue A private way that terminates in this lot was in fairly poor condition towards the end, and we needed to find out what we could do to improve the road. So we did that whole process. We did an order of conditions. These owners took it upon themselves to improve the roadway all the way back to the next last lot. It's a considerable, number of feet. They first had the road. First of all, we had to go through the Conservation Commission process. One neighbor appealed. We did get a superseding order of conditions from DEP. And, all that oversight takes a long time, but it also makes you feel more confident that you've really designed the right improvements for this site. Because surrounding this site, there is some land that's already been donated to DCR, and then further back you have Fowl Meadow. There's a gradual, drainage down a whole hillside down into this area, eventually ends up in Fowl Meadow. So it's a sensitive area. There are some endangered species, there are spotted salamanders. There are various things that you have to be very careful of. So what we've done here, first of all, was to get approval for paving the roadway to its original, what we think is the original 12-foot paved width. And before that happened, the road had to be graded because this road over time it was like this. There was a hump in the center. And you could, the bottom of your car, if it wasn't very high, would almost scrape the road. Fire engines could still get up the road. They actually had several visits by emergency vehicles. The owners of this property are, around my age, so they had a few emergencies, medical emergencies. But about a year after they bought the property, some of the drains along the side of the road, which were drained, some of them were in pipes, all of them were broken. And because of the storms that we're having these days, this road, Avenue A, was being eroded by stormwater from drainage pipes that weren't working. So these owners got together with the other lot owners. They shared the costs. They went back to the Conservation Commission. This has all happened since we first came to talk to you about the lot. Corrected the drainage pipes, repaired them, added some additional drainage along the road. That was done first. Then the road repairs were done. And all of that was reviewed by DEP for this superseding order of conditions. So the condition of the road now is far superior to what it was before. I showed you, we've given you plans for 3 parcels of land here. One is the original lot, would be, lot 1 would have the Murphy house, which is a single-story, very nicely laid out, perfect house for somebody who's older, but it is at a significant distance from the main road. The second house, lot 2, would be the new vacant lot. Both of those lots far exceed 80,000 square feet. And then the third lot is a parcel of land that would be a non-buildable parcel, and it would be conveyed, if this can be approved, if this subdivision is approved, the third parcel would be conveyed to DCR as a gift. DCR is quite interested in this conveyance because it would allow them to connect other land that the Scheller family donated to them, 2 different lots that were owned by the Scheller family. This would give them a corridor going from one lot to the next lot. So they're favorably disposed to the idea of they'd like to receive the land. Murphys have been discussing this with them for several years. In fact, their personnel has changed during that time. They are still interested, and they're the ones who suggested that that third parcel be kind of an odd shape so that it would connect both pieces of their land. So at the present time, we have a proposal for 3 new lot configurations out of this very large, over 6-acre site. Only one of them would be developed, and the roadway that goes up to the road, the principal issue that the planning board has to decide, in addition to determining that there's frontage that conforms to zoning for the town of Milton and area that conforms to the requirements of the town of Milton. The third thing you have to determine is whether the private way that leads to these lots is accessible for traffic. And it's a legal definition that you find in case law, but you also find in your own knowledge of Milton and private ways and what the town has allowed in the past. And so, to a certain extent, the determination of what's accessible is a determination by the planning board. So you decide whether you think it's reasonably, it has to be accessible for all vehicles. Fire trucks have to be able to get up there, and all kinds of regular vehicles have to be get up this roadway, excuse me. So what I did, I'll pass this out. I didn't send it to you ahead of time. This isn't a brief on the issue of accessibility, but I said, what can I tell you that might be helpful to you? in thinking about how we determine accessibility. In my previous memo for this application, I gave you a history of what's happened with the roadways in this area, that there are other private ways, that they're 12 feet wide, and that you have approved a limited number of new lots as A&R lots on these roadways, on Heavenway Drive, and then previously on Avenue A. Do you have enough?
We're short one.
Here.
I've got.
Do you have another one?
Here.
Just one more. We just need one more.
Sorry.
That's good.
Okay, so the leading case on accessibility for an A&R lot on a private way is called Reddig versus the Planning Board of Rowley. It's a 1955 case, and I liked it for this particular situation because by the way, most of the cases are cases that determine that for one reason or another the private way is not accessible. So I have to do this by negative. So the private way in Reddig was determined not to be accessible and not to have adequate grade, condition, and width because it had severe ruts and it was impassable at times because of flooding. So we weren't quite at that point with Avenue A here, but before the repairs were done, the road was humped in the center, which made it more difficult to travel. Because of the breakage and the problem with the drainage system, until those repairs were done, there actually was flooding, and there were a few times in the winter when it was very difficult to get across the ice and up the roadway. That's all been repaired. So we're back here before you tonight saying, we now have a roadway that's been repaired. It's a private way. It has a 12-foot width. The Conservation Commission wanted it to stay at 12 feet because this is a very sensitive area. We have some, we have spotted salamanders that are crossing, in this area. You don't see them most of the time, but they're there. We're very close to Fowl Meadow. There's a lot of drainage going from the upland above this Avenue A and then leading down towards Fowl Meadow. And then finally, it's a unique historic area. It's not an area that, it would be a very sad thing to see this area just divided up into 1-acre lots and sort of become a development where everything looks the same. We like to preserve these areas as much as we can. This particular lot is the last of the original lots. The maintenance plan in 1912 that was recorded anticipated that the lots as laid out would be subdivided and calls for payment into a fund and even lays out exactly who's going to be responsible for what. You're not responsible for paying for maintenance of the road until you actually develop a lot. And we've applied that. We applied that to a new lot that was created around 2014, further back on Avenue A, and they are, if they ever finish getting that lot developed, and it's not an easy lot to develop, they're supposed to pay $5,000 into a maintenance fund that can be used to maintain the rest of Avenue A. So I guess if you want some other examples of what was found not to be accessible in appellate cases, if there's a barrier across the road preventing access, if there's a strip of land that doesn't belong to the owner of the lots, that prevents access, and there was a Milton case about that, not too far away from this site. And so sometimes the barriers are physical. If you have a big stream running across the access, and you have to have multiple bridges and very long and curving driveways to get into the lots, that might be considered not accessible. Principally here, you have a private way. It does lead right up to the lot, the new lot that we're talking about. The question here was the condition of the private way. And at this point, with the repairs, it's in better condition in this section than it is in the entryway, which is, a little bumpy and it's been filled in, but it could do with a paving job. The neighbors have to agree on these jobs, so that part hasn't been done. Certainly is accessible. It might not be as pleasant to drive over, but this last section that was repaved is in really good condition for this type of private roadway. So I don't have anything new. You had I just wanted to give you the example of that case. I think that I'd be interested in what your questions are, if you have them after our site walk, and any discussion that you'd like to have.
Who wants to start?
Well, I reviewed our planning board binder, as we discussed, and they quoted or referenced what the case law that you referenced. So that was handy looking into that. And, you know, for an A&R, there are just 3 standards that need to be met. And, you know, as you said, and I think that they've been met, in my opinion.
I agree with you, Maggie. And I think, you know, for the reasons that Mariana has laid out, and having been on the board when we looked at Hemingway Drive and then looked at that, and considering prior decisions by this board and the court, consistency, I think, is important. It sets expectations for people if they look to buy property. So, I think the conditions have been met as well.
And so the only thing that we did get a, you know, a question, and I think in the question from this abutter, he referenced the street, but this is a private way. So I think the standards.
And it was a private way in existence before
Correct.
zoning, and that's what we've looked at before.
Yep.
And there is guidance on that, you know, from the state on roadways that are in existence prior to 1938, which is what we looked at in prior applications. So,
Milton is stricter than a lot of towns because it's one subdivision. When the subdivision control law was adopted by a town, that's the standard that's often used. That's what you find in the state law. Ours is when our zoning was adopted in 1938. And it does make a big difference. And you have to look at the history of the roadway, and it has been in use since before 1938. That's important to remember here.
well, the thing about our subdivision standards is it wouldn't protect the character of many places that were developed previously, right? So you have to come in with the new standards, and you're looking at wide roadways and curb and gutter, and you know, it changes the whole character. And we're talking about here 2 lots instead of 1. It's not like you're talking about a lot of lots, a lot more usage.
And there's a public benefit, you know, giving that lot to DCR, and I think that's really important.
The only other point that I didn't mention before, I didn't want to bring it up because it came up in our site walk, is just this whole issue of what development does this lead to? Does this somehow open the gates? Well, if you chose to try to do, and you wouldn't, it would be a big mistake, but if you chose to try to do a subdivision approval process here, all of the regulations, like streetlights, like sidewalks, which would change the way this, forever change this area, they would come into play. Something like that, and bringing a sewer line all the way into the end of the road at the same time, that's what leads to breaking up these areas and changing them forever. The question of what more could be done, once you divide this lot this way, there's nothing else you can do to develop more lots. And this is why. Each of these 2 lots is in both Canton and in Milton. So we have to go to Canton if you approve this A&R plan, and they have to approve the A&R plan. Nothing will happen unless both towns approve it. All of the lots have to meet the requirements for area and frontage in both Canton and Milton. And Milton's requirements for lot area is much larger than Canton's. Canton's, I think, maybe 1.5 acres. I mean, or maybe an acre, but anyway, it's smaller. Ours is 80,000 square feet. Once you create these lots, one of them's already developed with a house. The vacant lot isn't big enough to subdivide it and do anything else. And also, if you look at what's really there, you can see a strip of wetlands running through one side of the lot. You can see a dotted line that shows a potential endangered species area. Those things, that restricts where you can build in the lot, and there's just no area left to create more than one house site. So I know that was a concern, and it was talked about by some of the Canton neighbors, and I don't know if they're watching, but if they are, there is no way you could do further subdivision here. And there's already a restriction to 2 lots that was, it's a recorded restriction. This is 2 buildable lots for this site in 2016. It's good for 20 years. It could be renewed. There really isn't much else you could do to restrict building here and to keep change from happening. So I think it's a reasonable proposal in the end. I think the owners would like actually to have somebody living next door to them. They originally planned to have their daughter move here, but it's taken so long that she's living somewhere else now. But they love the site and they love their home, but they would not be unhappy to have another house there. Have somebody share the responsibility of maintenance in the road.
Understood.
Yeah, I also agree that they've met the standard, and I think they've made a tremendous investment in improving that road. I mean, it's not like it's a minor attempt to meet the requirement of improving that roadway. It's a substantial investment that they made. You know, the attachment indicates that the total length of road is 1,486 feet, or that private way is 1,486 feet. I would say that they've probably improved 85% of that. So I'm satisfied that they met the standard.
Okay. Jim, did you have?
Yeah, myself as well. I mean, when I first saw the site and the right-of-way, my concern was the width. And in my research, I can't find any minimum width for an existing right-of-way that's been around before 1938. So I think it comes down to maybe what Cheryl alluded to, is that it's a preference thing. If you choose to live on a gorgeous piece of property, but you have to drive up a 12-foot or 15-foot wide access road to get there, so be it. I mean, I'm okay with it as well.
And I think on that point, I would say the Reading case also talked about 7-foot wide roadway width. Or one of the cases I reviewed. Well, that's when you're starting to get to a road that might be too narrow, because the minimum width for a fire engine is 7 feet. Our fire engines are a little bit bigger. We have had this, you haven't asked me this, and it isn't really part of in our approval, but we have had the fire chief look at this roadway. And of course, they've been up there quite a few times, actually, since they moved in. But there's a big cul-de-sac. You saw it when you did the site walk. So when a fire engine comes up here, they're able to completely turn around and go back. That will always be available for the second lot as well. So, quite safe.
So will you take a motion then?
So I do, but the one thing I just wanted to clarify, because I think we need to tie in, because the application doesn't necessarily guarantee the land to go to DCR. So we would want to tie that, I think, approval subject to that land being donated to DCR, the lot 3.
Sure.
I would want to.
You have to approve the plan as a plan, but there's sometimes some language that the board votes. I've seen that in other instances. So you could take your vote and you could say, and you could word it any way you want to. But I'm just thinking what you just said is
I just want to make sure that that transfer does happen of that property.
Let's see, it's lot 3.
So we could say, though, I'm just going to say this, it's not the actual motion, that the planning board finds that approval under the subdivision control law is not required for the following reasons, and that there's 2 buildable lots that meet area and street frontage, that we find that Avenue A is adequate, and that we find public benefit to be the donation of lot 3. Okay, that's agreed, then that's my motion.
I would agree to that.
Good.
Okay. Final thing, I would ask you to authorize Tim Truinsky to sign the Mylar plan, because I have to go back to the engineer now and have him prepare the Mylar, which can be recorded. So it would save some time if we didn't have to come back to a meeting to have you sign it.
Okay, so my motion would then say, and the board authorizes the Director of Planning and Community Development to sign the Mylar on behalf of the board.
So I have a quick question.
Okay, all in favor? Sorry, Tim, did you want to comment?
I did. And maybe this might be a question for Marion. I mean, how do we want to operationalize this? Because I mean, the way that this works, there's not really a decision or anything. It's literally just signing a plan, and the plan goes and gets registered. So if we want to hold this up until there's some documentation of the transfer to DCR, like how do we, what's the expectation or the timeline on that?
Well, the plan actually says that it's being conveyed, doesn't it? No? Or could it say that then?
Is it noted?
It was in her memo, but it wasn't.
It's in your vote, but you wouldn't hold up the A&R approval until it actually occurs. It does have to occur. I guess if it never occurred, the A&R approval would be invalidated, possibly. I just haven't seen that situation. Remember, this also has to be approved by the Canton Planning Board, however, and that may take a while. There will be no conveyance, however, until both A&R plans are approved, because it works both ways. You know, I mean, unless this lot, they can have approval of this lot, they wouldn't make the transfer to DCR. They'd probably come up with some different plan. But I think the vote in other, well, there have been a couple of other instances over the years when I've done this with the planning board, and they did have a written vote which went into their file. Maybe, let's see if we could put a note on the plan. Let me see how we would.
Claudio is on the, I see is on the participant list. Would he know? The,
Well,
the
he
engineer?
said, yeah, I think I've seen this in other plans. You would say a non-buildable lot to be conveyed to DCR. Claudio, are you there? Would you like to join us?
I am. If you can hear me.
Would you find that to be suitable for noting on the plan where it says non-buildable lot on lot 3 to be conveyed to DCR?
Yes, we've done it different ways in the past. There's a note there with proposed lot areas. You can add that. Lot 3 to be conveyed to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, or even those
yes.
Until such time as Lot 2 does not become buildable, or the plan is null and void.
Okay, I think it should go under the proposed lot area as a note, rather than where I suggested right on the.
If you can agree on the language, I can add that on.
I'm sorry, Claudio, can you identify yourself? You have to identify yourself for the tape.
Claudio Sala with the Silbert Sala Associates, 1266 Furnace Parkway, Quincy.
Thank you. Okay, so we would have a fourth dot under the proposed lot areas that would say lot 3 to be conveyed to DCR after approval, A&R approval by Milton and Canton. How does that sound? You have another suggestion?
I lost my pencil, so you'll have to send me that.
Okay, lot 3 to be conveyed to DCR after A&R approval by Milton and Canton. And that would go under the note that you just referenced, the proposed lot areas?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll send you the language, and if the planning board approves this, I'd be asking you to go back and prepare the Mylar plan, and then Tim Sherwinski would sign it.
Perfect.
Perfect, thank you.
We were just about to vote. Did we vote?
I don't think you did.
I think we did make the final, yeah.
No,
No, we have to go back and vote that, so let's finish our, we had a motion, we had a second. All in favor?
Aye.
There you go.
Thank you.
Bam.
Good work,
Thank you.
Tim.
Still awake over here.
I will send the note to you as well as to Claudio. If you just read it, make sure it's what you thought it should say. Thank you very much.
I have the utmost
Thanks for
faith in you.
waiting.
And thanks for your
I have the
patience on
utmost
this
faith
one,
in you.
too.
You're awesome.
Thank you very much. But it's, you know, it's good to have these things be reviewed. Sometimes
Right.
we have different
Always.
understandings of what we said, so. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. We've sort of skipped over our walkway, but I think let's, because we've had Josh waiting on,
Yeah, let's do
is he
that.
still with us? Is he?
Josh Fiala is just joining us as a panelist now.
Thank you, and apologies for the late hour.
From bed and coming back.
Here he is. Welcome, Josh.
Thank you very much, Board.
Thank
Good
you.
to see you all this evening.
Great.
So now,
We'll try to be as efficient as possible, but just
Yeah.
wanted to bring back some information that the board requested in our last conversation about the East Milton Square zoning effort prior to our community meeting at the end of this
Right.
month. So I'll just touch on a few, the items that we had talked about last time, which we have, I think, some interesting analysis for you this evening, is the zoning boundary, the height, and parking primarily. We also included some information which is in the presentation which was forwarded to you regarding the example zoning, which was suggested by the community voting. And we don't have to belabor that this evening, but that information is there, and we'll be looking at it as we go shift to putting the zoning together fully. In terms of the zoning boundary, the board asked for a little more detail. Last time we talked about the community feedback pointing towards sticking with the current B business zoning in East Milton as our focal area. And the board did want to explore sort of the parcels which were the difference between the looking forward study and the current B zone. And so we have done that look. There are 60 total parcels in the B zone today. 35 of those are fully within the B zone, and 25 are split between B and RC. So that's the blue here is those that are fully within the B. Those, of course, I would recommend stay within the new proposed zoning. And then those that are split between the two zones, there are some parcels there that we might suggest be removed from the B and placed in the RC, which are residential properties today. That includes 8 properties, which are shown here in blue, mostly on the outskirts and edges of the current B zone. You can see the addresses listed in the upper right corner of the screen, and those are all residential properties today. And that's what we've heard from the community, is that they're very sensitive to businesses and business zoning impacting current residential uses. In addition, we did look at the new parcels which aren't currently B zoned, or even a portion of it B zoned. Those are 38 parcels in total. If you look at those parcels to the east of I-93, none of them are non-residential, so we don't think any of those warrant consideration for inclusion. If you look to the west of I-93, 14 of them are non-residential, and those are the parcels highlighted in magenta on this figure. And we would consider all of those parcels potential, maybe future conversions if the business district were to expand over the longer term. In the shorter term, we think 4 of those are nearer into the core of the B district, those primarily along Adams Street that you see here highlighted within this new black boundary. And this would be our recommended approach now, which includes this further detailed analysis and refinement. So effectively, we would be removing a few 8 parcels that are currently split between B and RC, and those would go to RC to protect them as residential uses. We would fully incorporate the other parcels which are split today so that they're no longer split parcels but fully within the new B zone or new zone, whatever we determine to call it. And then the addition of 4 of the magenta parcels, which are currently not in the B zone, but are also non-residential properties, and those are on the west side of I-93. So this black outline is the culmination of all that analysis and recommended approach here.
So I just wanted to, comment on one parcel which we had taken out of our MBTA zoning, which I'm very concerned about, and that's the library in East Milton, which is on the corner of Adams Street. It's a National Historic Register property. There's been recent rumors that the post office, if it was ever sold, I think that is just something that we would not want to see that building ever torn down, and I would I would suggest, and would love to hear from the board, but I think we should take that out of.
Wait, are you talking about the Art Center or the
Well, both,
post
actually,
office?
the Art Center I thought was out of it, but
So one thing,
Art
Meredith,
Center
if-
and the post office.
So the red means the
red
post
yeah.
office is in the business district right now?
Correct.
So,
Correct.
So the thing I would say is if it's on the National Register and a business use, you can utilize historic tax credits to renovate the building. If it's multifamily, that's considered commercial. So you can also utilize historic tax credits to renovate it. That could be an incentive to actually renovate it, is that you have two options for use for it rather than just one option if the post office did close and they decide to sell it. If they sold it only for business, or would they be able to sell it for business, for residential and mixed use? So I guess, what would be the more likelihood for preservation? To have more options or less?
It depends on the height of the building. But I just think it's, we could always.
So the one thing I always think about with historic buildings is if their use changes, you need to give them an ability to have a new life, right? So
Sure,
that you need to you don't want them just to be a relic or a museum. You want them to be able to have a new use that works. I mean, the fire station, the same thing. So like the art center was a transition from a library to an art center, right? So that wasn't a big use change. I'm just worried that if you don't give an option, does it just become without true historic protection, just something that sits there empty for 2 years through a demolition delay, and then somebody says they can't keep it.
And if it wasn't, so currently it's in the commercial district.
Mm-hmm.
So by taking it out of the commercial district, you're saying you want it as residential?
No, I'm just.
Protect it. You're saying protect it, right?
I'm thinking more of, and I think it depends on how we get further into, is it by right or is it special permit? Because I think this would be a building that absolutely should be developed by a special permit
And I
on
think
this.
it should stay commercial because I think it's a beautiful building, and whatever it becomes, I would want the public to be able to still, use it and appreciate it and
maintain our commercial.
If it were mixed use, just think about it. You could say like the public facing part of it become, let's say, a little cafe, a little bookstore or something, and the backside could have a unit or two. But if you said it all had to be commercial, then you just kind of limit the options is my point, that's all. Of a reuse potential. Like think about the building next door, Adam, they have first floor physical therapy and then they have units up above.
in Jubinville's office, same thing.
So I'm just saying, it gives the opportunity for different uses. It doesn't tie it into only a business use that may or may not work as well financially.
I just think it's something we should think about, and it concerns me that it would be. I would like to keep the commercial use of it if possible, and not.
Well, you could always see about designating it.
And it doesn't really have a second story to that building. You have go up the stairs, you have a large lobby. There's not a second floor.
But there's back of house stuff. The front-facing part of it is not that big in terms of the total square footprint of it.
Probably just enough to have parking for whatever exists. Just something to think about. I was thinking that might be one we want to consider pulling out, but I don't think we have to make that decision right now. But it just
to the art center and to the church next door.
In Milton Art Center, I would feel the same way. I would want to keep that as a use, and I just feel like the market right now for residential housing, it's so profitable that it disincentivizes somebody to come in with a commercial use. It's almost like if you're giving the opportunity to do either, what we're already seeing is developers would like to do residential over commercial right now.
Since that's municipally owned, wouldn't be too concerned about it, but I don't know, the federal government, how they dispose of properties, I don't know. It could be that they're required to go with the highest price. It would be worth
I just think
finding
it's
out.
risky. I think we could always add it in if we wanted to add it in, but.
But to Maggie's point, though, or question, that means if you take it out, that means you're saying it has to be residential.
Yeah, and so I don't want that. I would rather keep it as 100% commercial and.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, keep it 100% commercial. And so the expansion is not just the expansion of the commercial district, it's actually making the commercial district
residential,
multi-use.
I guess the question is whether this is an overlay or it's a replacement zoning. And then that's a different, then the question of this building is different if it's just an overlay than if you're changing the underlying zoning.
Right.
Josh, how did you decide that a couple of these properties that you kept out, the other magenta color ones, how did you make the decision for these particular properties that are in the magenta?
Yeah, they were the determination was that even though the magenta properties are all non-residential, the ones that we included are the ones that are actually commercial. So the others are more institutional uses or some.
Because you had a mistake in the mapping before. It's covered up here, but if you go back a slide, that property all the way to the left is an office building.
Is an office building.
The magenta one, all the way to the left is an office building.
Yeah, that's the corner of West Quantum and Adams,
Yeah.
right?
But he's saying all the magenta is presently commercial, right?
No, well, in what he was saying.
That is one of the.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead, Josh. You go ahead.
That is true. We did note that as commercial, but that what we're also trying to do is keep a tight, contiguous district around the current district. So I think as you reach toward that farthest extent along Adams Street, that I think would be a valid longer-term consideration. If the district were, say, successful over the coming years and wanted to be expanded, I think that all the magenta color is a potential for longer-term expansion, but I don't think it's the scale of the district that the community would be comfortable with at this point, given what we heard in the last meeting.
Well, we have a school there, and we have a new fire station there, so we don't really have a lot of, I think, opportunity for change in between there. But if that,
The church, right? That's the church next to the school.
the church, yeah. Yeah, I just was thinking about the business use, because if for some reason that office building, wasn't as successful as an office building, would there be an opportunity for that one to be mixed use? I'm not really suggesting St. Agatha's should be included in it, but that without it, that other piece of property is sort of isolated, though. So I can see your point about where you drew it. I just wanted to hear what you had to say about it.
Josh, can you come to that next slide, the one that you identify the 4 in magenta for recommended new parcels to add? Yeah. So I guess I'm looking at the screen and thinking about the properties. I'm trying to pick up all 4.
There's the Jubinville.
Yeah.
The,
is that 2 buildings right there?
Yes.
Oh, that's 2.
Mhm.
And the one across the street,
Is that 2 parcels?
I'm not sure. Josh, where are the 4? Can you put your cursor on them?
Yeah, can you see that?
Yeah.
So this is a small vacant triangle. I don't think there's anything on it today, but it is a parcel. This is the Citizens Bank and other properties,
Okay.
other businesses. There's a I believe, a law office and what
Yeah.
looks like a residential structure.
Yeah.
And then there's physical therapy and other.
Yeah. Okay, that's the floor. Okay. I didn't see that small little piece
Yeah.
of triangle.
I didn't realize that was separate either.
And then the other one is the Church of Our Savior.
Yeah, on the other side of the Art Center.
Um,
Oh,
on the
no,
other
on
side of Elliott. On the other side of Elliott. So.
You mean next to Babcock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, I know we like to keep churches.
I would incorporate that.
But I feel like that goes to whatever the street that is.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
That's Babcock.
Is that Babcock? Yeah.
I mean, there is the other church on the other side of the Art Center too.
Right. So, you know, I love seeing businesses and churches. But I know Church of Our Savior, you've got the church on one side of the street and then the rectory is on the other side. So, you know, I don't know if...
You could keep the rectory residential to keep it with the rest of the residential. But, you know, there is... You know, the thing, if you keep it in a mixed-use overlay, you give the opportunity for both residential or business or a combination, right? Whereas if it's out now and it doesn't become a church, the only thing is residential. So then the question is somebody going to convert it for residential, or are they going to just tear it down? You know, so that's the thing I think is, like, if you want to see things preserved, you give people different opportunities, or sort of more flexibility to make it work. But I think it's worth taking this to the community forum and talk about these lots and see what people think, you know, whether these are the right boundaries or not.
Can I, Josh, on that same screen, if you don't mind, the 8 recommended to be removed, the ones that are identified in blue?
Yes.
Can you just walk through that a little bit and maybe start up at Wood Street and then down to Antwerp and around? They recommended to be removed because they are currently residential usage, is that right?
Correct. They're all residential homes that have, in some cases, a very small portion of the parcel overlaps with the B district, which was just drawn as an offset from the street edge. And so in some cases, I think it's up to about half of the parcel, but we looked at each one. The ones shown in blue, those 8, are all residential properties today, and that was a very strong sensitivity of the community.
Did you say that in some cases the zone splits a residential parcel?
Yes.
All of these?
All of those 8 are currently touched by the business district, so they could technically have either business or RC applied to them.
Okay.
Think it would be worth it to contact those 8 property owners and just ask them?
Because it makes you wonder, like in a situation like that, I know in the Barrett report there was this, I think it was the Barrett anyway, there's this idea of you have a business in your home, you know, in these transition, where you transition from business to purely residential, because right now you can have a business in your home, but you can't have employees, and you can't really have customers coming. So it's not the same. So if you had these at the fringe like this, something where you can allow both, but it would have a totally different kind of scale than the others. I think that made sense to me. I think it was in that Barrett report, if not a different one.
So I'd say, Jim, instead of contacting the owners of the properties, it's more contacting the neighbors of those properties to see what their feeling would be. Because that one in the middle, that's an odd little cutout.
On Mechanic Street?
Yeah, I think that's...
Nancy Costello's house.
No, the third one up, like in the middle.
On Antwerp?
Is that Antwerp?
Oh, at the top.
Like on the corner?
Right there?
I can't see that far, sorry.
Yeah.
But it
They're
looks...
both Antwerp, actually.
It's like on the right corner. Right there. Yeah, that seems...
That guy.
That seems...
Where is it? Church Street?
I can't see the cursor.
Yeah, that's Church Street.
Either we're old or it's late.
See,
or
but,
both.
but even there, those Church Street properties, I think, are multifamily. So why not allow a business use on the first floor?
Yeah.
I really think we need to look at those boundary conditions. If they're already multifamily, and we're talking about mixed-use overlay that allows multifamily, I don't know. They seem like a little different than if it's a single family.
Well, I agree that these are good conversations for the forum, that we get the feedback on this before we make a decision on that.
Oh, yeah, I'm
I'd love
not
to hear
comfortable
from-
making a decision.
But I would like to understand if those are. I'm pretty sure those on Church Street are opposite where Abbey or Navarro's parking is, are multifamily, and so I do think understanding which of these are multi would be beneficial for that public forum too, or following it.
Yeah. And Josh, Mechanic Street, what's that reasoning on Mechanic Street?
It's two houses that are.
Yeah, so there's one on the west side of Mechanic Street. There's one house there which is not included at all in the B district today. And there's one parcel which is also residential, which is shown in blue on this figure, which is split between RC and B.
Could be very odd over time how that gets developed.
Yeah, you have to
Those
incorporate
weird
those.
situations where you have,
Well, I think it's why that red line was drawn by Barrett where it was. And that's why I'm asking about the multifamily, because I think there was probably that consideration when they drew that line.
Yeah.
So I do think it's worth some discussion. And also the same thing could apply at the corner of Edge Hill and Grafton, that piece that's left out. I think that's multifamily on the corner. So these might be multifamily that are pre-existing non-conforming, so they don't exist by zoning. And one of the things about the zoning that I thought that the goal was to have less of these pre-existing non-conforming, so that that they fall under zoning.
Okay.
Yeah, the Barrett report had a transition sub-district for that area, particularly along Mechanic Street and Church Street, where the red boundary is from the Barrett report. And that was an area which was intended to step down in scale, which from a planning perspective is, I think, a good concept. It was not a concept well received by the community at either the forum or the follow-up survey. There was a very strong sensitivity to expanding the business district.
So the question though is not expanding the business district, but allowing for the mixed use, so the home business within that. I think it's worth teasing that out further, honestly. 'Cause from that forum, I don't think it was all that clear what that transition could be.
Although that's different, they may see it the same way.
They may, but as long as it's understood what was kind of the thinking behind it, and that kind of opportunity for. What a lot of people think about Cape Cod and the kind of businesses are there, they are that where you had your shop and then you live above it, right? Kind of the thing. And, the other parts of the business district are a little less that because of the kind of buildings they are.
Mm-hmm.
But these could lend themselves to it. And if they're already multifamily, I'm not suggesting changing single family, but I think a lot of these are multi. That's why I think it's worth
You're right.
And of course, I'm a proponent of that. Just look at my family and my business. We all live right there.
All right, I think we should, can we just, did you have a question, Maggie?
No, so I just think the blue, the first step is, that would make sense before we go out to the Barrett report red, which I agree that there was more pushback. But I feel like incorporating or looking into incorporating some of the blues might make sense. But if those residents push back, I wasn't part of the Barrett report. I've only read it. I've spoken to people about it. But I would think the first step would be first to bring in the blues or talk about the blue.
Or talk about the blues.
On the forum, are all of these going to be only projected? Because I'm wondering whether you can have some boards that people can look at, like before and after, and kind of really be able to get up close and look and see what these properties are?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And I think what we'll do is plan to share this analysis and share this approach, but then have some very specific polling questions or dot voting, or however we make it happen, where the community can weigh in on some of these very specific questions. So should these parcels that are split be included or not included? Should the district be expanded if it's mixed use?
Great. Good, thank you. We can move on, I think. That's perfect.
Great. The next item we looked at was just a little bit more additional analysis around height, which was requested as well. This was a figure which we've shared before, which shows the existing height. Only just a few parcels reach up into that 3 or 3.5 story height. Most are primarily 2, 2.5, or 1 story. Here's again just a feel for that height context on the street. These are a few figures from the Barrett report that I thought were interesting and showed kind of what you were getting to a little bit, Cheryl, in the last conversation around these street sections. This was a typical Adams Street frontage, which was described in the report, with the current height, a height range of what is about currently allowed up to 3 stories, and a height range by special permit, which is up to that 5 stories, which we've, again, had conversations about 5 stories perhaps being too much, but then this is the 5 stories with the step back at the 3rd story, which does make quite a difference in terms of that perceived height and perception. So we did a building height analysis parcel by parcel, and we looked at that across a few criteria and basically put together this ranking scored based approach, which you see in table form here. On the next slide I have it on a map. But we basically looked at the following factors. The current height on the property, so figuring that relates to redevelopment, in that if a current building is taller, then it just makes sense that redevelopment would also be taller to make those economics work. We also looked at whether or not a parcel has residential abutters. If it does not have residential abutters, we gave it a point. So we're trying to build up a score here. The higher score would indicate the potential for more height, more height that is less disruptive, I think is how it should be properly defined. And then we also looked at parcels which are adjacent to the highway and or the primary plaza at the center of the district, which are co-located on the same corridor. And then that resulted in a total height analysis score. Those scores should probably not be confused with the story, like they shouldn't be translated as stories. It's really just a ranking. But the highest score across all parcels was 4. The lowest score was 0, so they range from 0 to 4, with a 4 indicating that, again, it would be a parcel that could potentially accept more height with less disruption, based upon those criteria I just described. And so here you see the darker green is the area where they received a higher score, the parcels, based upon that methodology I just described. And what's interesting, I thought, from this type of approach is you do start to see a clustering of parcels where more height could potentially be less disruptive. And again, we're not saying how much height, but just more height than what was described as our base scenario, which is a 3-story mixed use. So it potentially is going to 4 stories, 4.5 stories, something like that. So here you see the darker blue, primarily along Granite Ave, some along Adams Street across the highway, but most on the east side of the 93 corridor on Granite Ave frontage. Those parcels that are shown in gray were those that scored either 1, 2, or 0, so they're not as favorable for an increased height. And then the lighter green was a score of 3.
So this is interesting because the Mechanic Street, those 2 parcels, mean that parking lot for that little bank is getting a really low score, where I might give that a higher score, but because of the criteria of abutting the residential, it's getting knocked down, right?
Correct.
So that's another sort of factor in that boundary, like whether you change that boundary, then that, because I think that's one of the sites, in addition to the gas stations that I see, because it's just a parking lot with a little tiny building on it. Those are like a couple of the sites that might actually see some redevelopment over time.
And it also, I think, does correlate to that existing build-out on the site as well, that since that site is less built out, it's only being accommodated for in the ranking with probably a 1 for a one-story structure as it exists.
Yeah, because it's mostly a sea of parking around a tiny little bank structure.
And so it's we haven't done this analysis, but just kind of at a high level, it's maybe imaginable that a property like that could actually function under the 3-story mixed-use scenario, which we're proposing as a by right scenario.
And it's right next to the project that's the 4-story that we approved.
440.
440. So I think this needs a little more kind of, I like the way you did this, but then I think we need another layer of looking at it on a case-by-case basis. Because that's definitely one I would look at differently.
And this diagram here, we can take a look at that. That's a good suggestion. Kind of maybe zero in on the parcels and just kind of do a second check. These are the parcels as you kind of conglomerate the clusters. There's, I think, a pretty distinct core that's highlighted in the red on this figure, and then 2 other clusters down Granite Avenue in the aqua outlines that may be potential for the formation of subdistricts or some higher height provisions, which might not apply to the entire proposed district, which is outlined in black.
Now this is where I would take the post office out, because you don't want to incentivize a higher building.
This was the slide I saw it, and yeah.
Well, I wouldn't put it in the higher height. I would keep it at the height that it is, just so you don't give any incentive for tear it down.
Exactly.
I agree with you on that, Meredith.
Yeah, and that's we've noted that. I think that sensitivity is clear, and we can think about ways to have the zoning language not put undue pressure on it.
Right.
Okay, so we'll just keep moving along. These diagrams we shared before, so I won't get into this. But just want to also touch on parking data that we're bringing forward. And so we had talked last time about parking, of course, is very sensitive, and a minimum of 1 space per unit we discussed might be too low for the community to be comfortable with, that they won't create parking issues. We showed some of the calculations and how it still is quite a bit of parking to accommodate on these properties. There, of course, is a fair amount of previous analysis that has occurred around parking in the district. And these are 3 distinct parking studies which have occurred. I will note, as I have before, that there's a parking management plan also underway with colleagues in my office and the transportation department. There are 363 spaces in the general area. 278 of those are on-street and 85 off-street. But that off-street count does not count private off-street lots, so the number would be much higher if you included those. And just to note on that slide as well, that the average occupancy in the studies has always shown that no matter when it was tested, time of day, differences in day, it was never more than 80% in different areas of the district, and 85% is generally the target to optimize a parking in utilization in the district. So this is new data that I'm bringing forward this evening that I thought was very helpful. So if I just want to introduce the concept, reinforce walkability is one of the primary objectives here. And East Milton Square does have walkability already. We're looking to enhance that. At 82 is the walkability score. If you're familiar with walk score, that's a good score. And I think it's already there. Like, you just pull it up on the website. It's not imaginary, that's a thing. And this is used by real estate professionals and others who look at districts and compare their advantages. And then another data point which we have available to us is MAPC's Perfect Fit Parking Study, where transportation staff of ours have gone to multifamily residential properties around the region and literally counted cars in parking lots at night when the parking lots would be most heavily utilized, and have found that they are in fact not fully utilized. And that's kind of across the board. And so we have a database of close to 200 properties that have been analyzed in that way. I pulled out 10 of those properties because they're in adjacent locations to Milton. None of them are in Milton, so that was sad in terms of data points, but none of them are in Milton. The others that I have here, 10, are in either Boston or Quincy, and knowing that there's probably sensitivity to both of those communities as comparable property locations, I also have some other data points here that I think make it more significant. So none of these properties are adjacent to transit, and I also have the walk scores for each of the properties that are in this data, and they range from somewhere about around East Milton Square. I think there's only one over East Milton Square's walk score, and some range pretty low actually, so pretty car dependent places down even to 27 as a walk score. On average, they have a walk score of 60 across these properties. The parking supply varies from as high as 1.6 parking spaces per unit and as low as 0.29 parking spaces per unit. And in all cases, parking utilization is under 100%. It averages out, so average on parking supply, just about 1 parking space per unit that has been provided in these real projects, which are built out and occupied and functioning. 73% is the average utilization across that 1 parking space per unit average across these properties. And if you were to correct the parking supply based on actual usage, it comes out to about 0.73 per unit. So to me, this is very sound data that should show, and it shows to me at least, a comfort level in a parking ratio of 1 space per unit. And we could anticipate, in fact, that there would be ability to reduce parking, which might be suggested through shared parking reductions that would allow an offset with the mixed use component of the property as well. So I'm interested to hear your feedback. I was really kind of blown away by these numbers. I didn't know what they were and was excited to see the data come together like this. And it just anecdotally, what we've been also hearing in similar processes about parking produced under sort of market conditions is that it's coming out around 0.75 per unit is what we're hearing these days. If you had no requirements and it were developer driven, that's the amount that developers are typically producing themselves these days.
Yeah, so on that list, it's all cities. What
Yes.
about towns?
Yeah, these are the two communities that have the geographically closest properties to the town of Milton. I'm sure within the list that I could also pick out towns, but they would be, potentially North Shore towns or Metro West towns, and would be happy to do so if you think that would provide another sort of data set to explore in this way. I thought
Yeah, I don't like being compared to a city.
It's not necessarily a city comparison, it's really a residential property comparison, and I thought the walk score is actually what makes these more convincingly comparable.
I had a question, Josh, about whether these are rental or condo, because in my experience with clients and with the city of Boston is they find that you need less parking on a rental than you do on a condo, and like our clients want 1 space per unit so that they can go with a condo. That's just from the market side, but the city is wanting to go less and less. So I'm just curious, do you know whether these are rental or condo?
I do know that is in the database. I don't know offhand, but I would say that the properties are predominantly rental, and that I would guess that most of these are probably rentals, that, though I just need to pull up more of the columns that are hidden here on this slide, so I can check that and bring that forward.
Because when we did, after you finished your work with us in Milton Village, I made some phone calls to the property managers in Milton Village. So the Baker Apartments that are just across from Extra Space Storage, that's a rental, and they have like 0.5 spaces per unit. But across the street, which is a condo, and I don't remember exactly their percentage, but they had they at least had 1 space per unit. And then the other rental was Milton Hill House, where they have those 2. And again, I don't remember the ratio, but I could get those ratios for you because those are multifamilies. I mean, they're along the trolley, but they are, I guess, they're closer to Milton or in Milton, right? And it would be interesting to see what the experience at 131 Elliott is, like how many parking spaces are people utilizing there. I think they all but 8 units have sold. So maybe I can...
36 Central, I know, uses pretty much all their spaces.
I think, it depends a little bit too, like on the demographic, because the larger units, attract a different age group, and different age groups can have different car buying and owning habits. Like younger folks tend to have less cars, and older folks tend to have more. At least that's what we found in those calls too. I think 80 Orf was another one we looked at. But
And the public transportation really is not great East Milton Square. It's nice. It is walkable. You can walk to restaurants when you go out to dinner, but most people tend to drive from East Milton to go to work to their office unless they're working remote. But
one thing that Tim said though recently was that more car traffic is generated by our errands and day to day than it is by commuting. And so if you think about that, if you can walk to do a lot of errands, which is that walk score, and everyone says the trolley is terrible. So if the trolley's terrible, then maybe it's not the comparison of the area along the trolley line as it is East Milton, where you can walk to a lot. But that walk score takes into account walking to schools too, I think it showed, which is a little bit dicey from the east side of the highway, but anyway.
Good. Well, that's great. So we have 131 Elliott here with.
Yeah, this was just an example of one of the mentions Cheryl just had about some of the detailed statistics on the development. But of course, we don't have, as in this conversation, we were talking about parking utilization, which would also be good to add here if that data is available.
If you'd like, I could reach out to Steve Connolly, see if he knows, if he has that information.
Yeah, that would be very helpful.
But do you have this information in a spreadsheet?
Yes, I have. I can share the raw spreadsheet, which is all 200 properties, and you all are welcome to explore that data set.
That'd be helpful.
Yeah.
So I tried putting together something like this, and I was going into each special permit, and that became...
I shared a spreadsheet of all of the multifamilies we have, which has all the parking, all the heights.
And setbacks. I was trying to do setbacks.
It has a setback. In that, I can reshare it.
Yeah.
But it might be in one of the tabs in that last spread Excel file. You could check. I can check that, and if it's in one of the tabs, I can let you know. But yeah, I already did that. I already went through all those special permits, so there's no need to repeat it.
It's good to.
It's time consuming.
That's why I didn't do it.
All right, Josh, we're almost done. We're moving through, right? Okay. Thank you.
I'm not going to touch on this part of the information, but just share it for you all that we did look at the details of those other recommended zoning districts that the community referred us to, and have details there that we will continue to refer to as we kind of zero in on the details for our recommendations. But did just want to highlight, of course, we will compile all of the information from our previous discussion, which showed kind of the recommended approach as it stands, to gather feedback from the community again on March 25th. And we'll incorporate this additional analysis and data which I've shared this evening, and I think we'll hopefully have, there's a lot of great information to bring to the community. I'm excited to hear what they have to say about it. I'm hopeful that it will be perhaps a more positive conversation than we had in the first meeting, because I think we have been responsive to what the community's been telling us. Just wanted to mention, so that meeting's on the 25th. There's a flyer out. I saw it on the website. I was connecting to the agenda this evening. So hopefully we'll have a good audience. That's at the Milton Arts Center at 7 o'clock on that Monday. Just for the boards, where's my timeline? Oh, here we are. So I did want to also mention a logistical item, which I've mentioned to Tim, and we think that there is some flexibility, but wanted the board to be aware of this discussion, that I am happy and comfortable with our progress toward the current contractual June deadline, particularly on the zoning. And I think we've advanced the discussion and have you all very well informed where it's all headed. I feel like we've had less occasion to discuss the design guidelines in this same sort of detailed manner, and think that this whole process in terms of design guidelines would be much more comfortable for all of us if we had another month or two beyond that June current deadline. Mm-hmm. We do think that there's some flexibility to do so with the funding sources, and that potentially what I proposed was an extension to say the end of August or something in about that time frame, which would give us an extra 2 months to focus on the design guidelines in the same way.
I think that sounds...
I wouldn't say no to that.
I think that the design guidelines are going to be really important for this area, and I know how long it took us in the village, and it's really, I think it made such a difference to get that accomplished, and so I would agree with that timeline.
I mean, the only thing about that is the summer with summer vacations.
But the design guidelines really, I think the zoning is probably going to draw the greatest interest, and the design guidelines, there'll be interest. But if we keep them as something that the planning board can update outside of a town meeting kind of vote, like we did in Milton Village, and they're not so coupled together.
Yep. And I think then we could come back and present, hopefully I'm still here, we could present, after Labor Day or something, and be able to share with everybody what's available.
So maybe, sounds like maybe what we'll do is, because none of our administrators love to extend contracts all the time, so maybe we'll give ourselves a little bit of buffer in terms of actual formal contract extension, but we'll plan on trying to execute on that extension, say in that August, September timeframe, but then just give ourselves a little breathing room just in case we need for meeting scheduling, etc.
Especially if we want to have like some kind of public meeting in probably September would be better than August. So if you built that in.
Okay.
Tim, does that sound good? Is Tim still with us?
His name
is with us.
I am. I was on the other side of the room getting a seltzer.
Sorry.
No, and Josh and I had discussed this earlier today. Really, the only concern, and I think we've kind of sorted it out, is there's a sort of a multi-funding stream component to this project. The primary chunk is from a planning assistance grant from the state. And that's where sort of the June 30th deadline comes from. We've got to have a deliverable for them. And I think, Josh and I spoke this afternoon, the zoning work, if we work on this timeline, will be more or less done by then. We can confidently kind of show the Commonwealth, hey, you gave us this grant, we spent the money, here's this nice product, we're going to, hopefully bring it to town meeting at some point. And then, the design guidelines can be, executed under, local funding streams. We have a grant from the South Shore Economic Development Corporation. We've got MPIC funds. So, again, this is sort of more back of the house accounting stuff. But I think Josh has put together a good plan, and we'll be able to make it work.
Great. Josh, thank you so much. And I really do, I think this reflects really listening to the community, which we were all really concerned about, and listening to the, concerns of the neighborhood. And I think you've been very sensitive to that. So we're looking forward to the 25th. Seeing you then.
We are as well. We look forward to seeing you all in person that evening and getting some additional feedback. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just indulge 30 seconds to show that spreadsheet I sent you last week where things are? Just, I don't want to go, I'm not going to go in detail. I just want to show you how it works, okay? And just give me, where did it go? Here it is. So this was that first tab, which I went through briefly last week. If you click on the next tab, existing multifamily, you see at the top all these criteria that we use for these zoning. So the lot size, and the number of units, affordable units, the density per acre, et cetera, all the way across. If there's a blank, it's because I couldn't find the information. The 40Bs and the approved but not built projects are in red. Then this tab is the existing zoning in these areas and what was in Article 1. So if we want to look at like how we're going to modify those, and this is another one that compares the larger districts, and then East Milton Square. And then this is a map that Ellen Bishop started, and then I've added. These are things here which are the 40Bs and the other approved projects and the number of units. So I just want to make you aware that this is what's there. So if you have it, and you can take a look at it for next meeting.
Yeah,
okay.
thanks.
Perfect. Okay, we are at 11:27 right now. Tim, do we want to do the Tim Bassett Street, or do we want to defer this? We probably have, I don't know if we still have.
I haven't seen anybody on, and I actually do have a question about the sequence of these projects that have come. First there's an outdoor seating, and then there's an enclosure of that seating, and then there's a stair, and then the plates leaving.
Hi.
So I'd like to have the applicant here when we talk about it next.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you give him Mouse a cookie. All goes back to our children's book.
So I just want to. So the amendment's been approved, and so the public hearing's over. I mean, you can obviously ask whatever questions you want of the applicant, but the agenda item is to review and approve the decision language. So I just want to explain that's why the applicant's not here, because we drafted up some language. We showed it to them. They didn't have any questions, comments, or edits, and so then it was just sort of up to the board. So they did not show up out of some kind of shady reason or anything like that.
Oh, I wasn't implying that, but I do have questions for them based on that sequence. I was questioning it. It's been nagging at me since we had these, and that's why I kept asking about, why do you need the stair? Are you is there an expansion plan because you don't need it for egress? What's the, kind of trying to prod a little bit, but I understand we approved it. I do think we did say that we wanted to condition that if there was going to be some change to the occupancy, that they should come back. I think that was one of the things we talked about. So I wanted to go back and look at the tape about that in terms of the language and the decision, because they did come to the board even before that with an updated parking plan, and I know they probably have to go to the Board of Appeal for any change of use up there that might go full restaurant and other things. But I guess if they've got some larger vision for the property, I'd like to hear it rather than piecemeal kind of small things that don't give us a big picture. And it may not be that we have jurisdiction at the moment because we've already approved this, but out of courtesy, I think they should come in and talk to us about what they're thinking.
Yeah, so and I do think that we did ask when they enclosed it, we asked about any expansion, and they said no, they were not expanding. So currently my state of being is they're not expanding. So, and if they have to expand, then they'll come back. And then, I do think, we did agree to it, and we sort of have to honor that agreement. But I too have concerns. But right now, I'm taking them as they told us they weren't expanding, and that's why we, approved the enclosure. And
yeah, so I just said we need to make sure that our decision is clear about what we said, and I know that it was picked up. The other question I had was, since they've submitted the drawings, do we need to say that it's conditioned on the submission, or do we just include the drawing, updated drawing date? Tim, can we do that, or is it because our vote was on the condition, do we have to put it in that way?
Yeah, I mean, you can't accept documents and submissions after the close of the public hearing, so I'd have to go back and see what the language of the motion was to approve. Because I do think we talked about, or I mean, that might have been going into the hearing last week. We'll have to double check what the language of the vote was.
It was definitely subject to receipt of the updated plan.
Okay, then.
Because I did listen to the tape on that the other day.
Yeah, if that's the case, then those updated plans can be incorporated.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right, so we'll defer that. And Tim, I think you covered earlier the MBTA, the RFP that we'll have ready for the 28th. So I appreciate your getting that in early. So that was the only thing I wanted to discuss on that. So if there is not anything else, I would entertain a motion to adjourn this evening.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Roll call? No roll call. All in favor? Aye.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good night. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.